Generative AI Full Course by Simplilearn. The world of generative AI is moving fast and it's a game changer. Imagine telling AI, write a story, design a logo, or even build an app and it just works. The exciting part is companies are looking out for people who know how to use these AI tools, a job market that didn't even exist a couple of years ago. Everyone from content creators to marketers, developers, and even doctors need someone who can leverage AI to drive their business. And here's the kicker. Companies are paying big bucks for roles like AI specialists, prompt engineers, because AI can do in minutes what used to take hours. But don't worry, if all this sounds overwhelming, it's easier than it sounds. If you can chat with AI, you can definitely work with it. This course, we will break it down and cover the key areas step by step. You learn how to use tools like ChatGPT for coding and content creation, building AI apps using Hugging Face, creating smart assistants using LangChain, generating images, videos, and music with AI. And by the end, you'll be ready for AI-related job opportunities with real projects to showcase and the confidence to take on any challenge. So let's get started. Now before we move on, just a quick information guys, if you are interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning is the perfect opportunity for you. This is offered in collaboration with the eNICE Academy IIT Kanpur 11-month live and interactive program, providing you hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like generative AI, machine learning, and tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and even Hugging Face. You'll be gaining practical experience through 15 plus live projects and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IIT Kanpur faculty. And alongside, you'll be earning a prestigious certificate from IIT Kanpur. You'll receive official Microsoft badges for Azure AI courses and career support through Simplilearn's Job Assist program. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below.
Now, the agenda for today's session. Firstly, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. Now, we will have a brief introduction to this session. Followed by that, we will have a briefing of what exactly is AI, then how does it work. Next, we will understand the key technologies and frameworks involved, and we will also go through some everyday use cases where we can take help of AI, and also some of the responsibilities that we need to keep in mind for the ethical use of AI. And lastly, we will explore some prompts. Now that I have made myself clear with the agenda, let's get started with the first part, introduction. How can AI simplify daily tasks? As we discussed in the use case, a human might have a lot of routine and mundane tasks. For example, automation. AI can simplify your daily tasks like checking up emails and drafting email responses, enhancing productivity by getting AI assistance for research in marketing trends or any other researches based on your job profile, and you can have a personalized AI assistance for recommendations for learning and much more. And after that, it will save you a lot of time, reducing effort. Now, the next part. Get set up with generative AI models like Microsoft Copilot and try some of the examples. So if you get access to one of the generative AI models like GitHub, then you can access GitHub Copilot easily, use it in Microsoft 365 apps like Word, Excel, and Teams. Then you can also explore prompting basics to start up with simple commands like drafting emails or summarizing documents. And proceeding ahead, we have another opportunity to experiment with different use cases like trying Copilot for brainstorming, planning, and organization. And fourth one, customize and iterate. Improvise AI-generated results by refining prompts based on your needs and requirements. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand what exactly is AI and how it works, which will involve some of the key topics like understanding the basics and technologies involved, etc. So, generative AI is an advanced type of artificial intelligence that can sync up with human activities and gather requirements to assist humans in their daily tasks, improving efficiency and effectiveness. Not just these professional tasks, AI can create new content like text, images, music, and videos. It uses natural language processing and neural networks to learn patterns from existing data and then generate new content. Now, let's see how we can use AI to simplify our daily tasks and make life easier. Firstly, AI can create unique content, not just analyze data and make predictions. It can assist you in real-time generation of original text, images, music, and more. Next is AI as a creative partner. Generative AI can produce original text, images, music, and much more. It goes beyond traditional AI. Unlike predictive AI, generative AI creates new content rather than just analyzing data. Proceeding ahead, we have the next functionality where it can enhance human creativity by assisting with brainstorming ideas, storytelling, design, and content generation. Lastly, it is widely used in multiple fields, found in marketing, education, entertainment, and software development. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand the key technologies behind generative AI. Large language models is the first one, trained on vast amounts of text to generate human like responses. For example, ChatGPT, Palm, Llama, and Microsoft Copilot. It is used for writing summarization of code and emails and much more. Now, the next part is natural language processing. It enables AI to understand, interpret, and generate human type languages. It powers chatbots, voice assistants, and translation tools. Next, it helps improve communication between humans and AI. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand the everyday use cases of AI assistants, starting with creative writing and content creation. You can create and generate blog posts, articles, social media captions, and scripts. AI assistant in brainstorming ideas, editing text, and improving clarity. And lastly, you can also create poetry, stories, or some song lyrics using AI. The second one is organizing and planning. You can make use of AI to plan a trip itinerary based on preferences and budget. You can generate meal plans and grocery lists as well. You can schedule events and set reminders and manage to-do lists. The next use case is personal assistance. You can use AI to draft and refine emails or messages. It also helps you by providing phone books and recommending movies and music. And lastly, summarize documents, articles, or even meeting notes. Lastly, we have some other practical uses which include the following. Learning new skills with AI generated study plans, translating languages to provide real time interpretations, offering health and fitness suggestions based on personal goals. Now, proceeding ahead, we will understand AI agents. AI agents are advanced virtual assistants designed to perform tasks autonomously. They interact with users, process information, and execute commands. Some of the examples are ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Gemini, and others. Now, what do AI agents actually do? So AI agents conduct the following tasks. First, automate some repetitive tasks. Repetitive tasks like scheduling meetings, setting up reminders, and managing emails is done by AI assistants. It can enhance decision making by providing data driven insights and recommendations. Third is it can act as a personalized digital assistant which can help you with learning, travel planning, productivity, and much more. Lastly, integrating with tools and apps which can help you work across Microsoft 365, CRM platforms, and much more. And now, let's proceed with the major part of today's session where we have to focus on how to use AI responsibly and effectively. So, here we have a detailed Microsoft Copilot AI overview and also AI agents and their role in productivity. Let's go through that first. So here we have a quick briefing of Microsoft 365 Copilot, and we have also some links to the Copilot Success Kit, Copilot Chat, Agent Starter Kit, and the community links over here, and resources, Copilot mobile version, what's new, and all and everything you need to know about Copilot, about the technical readiness, etc. Now back to the presentation where we were discussing about the responsible use of AI. So the importance of ethical use of AI. AI should be used in a way that it is fair, transparent, and accountable. Understanding AI limitations will help you prevent misinformation and misuses. Ethical AI usage ensures trust and reliability in everyday applications. Proceeding ahead, we will discuss about ensuring transparency and accountability. First one, clearly communicate when AI is used in content creation. Provide with the specific prompts that you're expecting in your output so that it cannot miss on the target. Secondly, we need to verify AI generated information before sharing or acting on it because there might be instances where we might go wrong explaining our inputs or there might be some discrepancy in the data provided to analyze and generate a report. And lastly, understand how AI makes decisions to avoid over reliance. You need to understand the thought process of an AI and expect what kind of results it might generate so that you don't have to rely on one single prompt every single time. Now, let's move ahead and address some potential biases in AI. AI can sometimes reflect biases present in its training data. Common biases include general bias, racial bias, cultural bias, confirmation bias, and socioeconomic biases. Let's discuss each one of them. Firstly, gender bias. AI generated job descriptions may reinforce stereotypes, example, associating engineers' roles with men. Second one is racial bias. Facial recognition systems may misidentify individuals from certain ethnic backgrounds. Third one, cultural bias. AI might prioritize Western perspectives in content generation. Fourth one, confirmation bias. It may reinforce existing beliefs by favoring information similar to past searches. Lastly, socioeconomic bias. For example, AI generated loan approvals may favor individuals from higher income backgrounds. Now, you also need to focus on responsible prompting. Use clear and neutral language to avoid influencing biased results. Ask AI to provide diverse perspectives and sources when generating responses. Be mindful of data privacy and avoid sharing sensitive personal information. Now, let's go ahead and check some of the prompt examples. So now we are on the Microsoft Copilot prompt gallery, which will show you some of the sample prompts that you can make use of. For example, get a to-do list, add an image, quiz yourself, create a technology, write more confidently. For example, you might have a description, you can just add it to improvise or add more impact onto it, find a specific information, draft an email, create a shopping list, and so on. So here you can also go through some other prompts as well by clicking on view all prompts, and a whole new world of prompt gallery will open up for you. Try it out and let us know your experience in the comment section below.
Welcome to the short course on Generative AI Models for Beginners by Simplilearn. So in this course, we will learn about the basic understanding of Generative AI. Then we will move on to the C applications of the many GenAI tools. And thirdly, we will understand the GenAI models, and then we will create our first GenAI model. And then we will move on and see the real world impact of the generative AI models. And then we will create a chatbot using the GenAI model. And then we will conclude the course with the limitations of the GenAI models, and finally we will see the future of GenAI models. Now, let us begin with the first chapter, that is basic understanding of generative AI. So, let us begin with what is generative AI. So generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that creates new content such as text, images, music, or even code from scratch based on what it has learned. So unlike the traditional AI, which just analyzes or classifies data, like recognizing faces or recommending products, generative AI creates. It's like the difference between a judge and an artist. One evaluates and the other one imagines and produces. So let's break it down with a simple real world examples. The first one is ChatGPT, that is a text generation. So what it does? So ChatGPT, like the one you are talking to right now, generates human-like conversations and answers. So you can ask it to write stories, emails, explain difficult topics, or even debug a code. For example, you say, write me a bedtime story about a robot and a unicorn. The ChatGPT creates an entire story for you on that particular spot. So let's move on and see DALL-E, that is for the image generation. So DALL-E creates pictures from words, that is the text prompts. Then artists and marketers use it to generate logos, illustrations, or more without hiring a designer. For example, you type a cat wearing a space suit on Mars, and DALL-E draws it instantly. Now moving on to GPT-3, that is text plus logic task. So what it does? So GPT-3 is a powerful language model that can create and write essays, summary books, translate languages, and even write computer code. So developers use it in apps to create smart features like the AI writing assistant. So then you give GPT-3 a blog title and it writes the full article with an intro, subheadings, and conclusion. So after knowing all this, let's move on and see why are generative models. So generative models are changing the way we create content across multiple fields. So under the text field, we are writing books, articles, reports, or even poetry. And then we are assisting in the customer support with the chatbots. And then under the images section, we are helping the artist generate concepts and visuals. And then we are even handling the speeding up design and marketing content creation. And then under the music part, we are composing the background scores for videos or games. And then we are helping musicians brainstorm the melodies or the lyrics. And then finally, we write the boilerplate code under this coding section, debugging, or even creating full web apps. So now moving on, we'll see traditional AI versus generative AI. So let's compare both side by side with the simple explanations. So the main goal of traditional AI is to analyze and make decisions. And the main goal of generative AI is create new content. For example, under traditional AI, predicting stock prices or recommending books on movies. And the generative AI, we are writing stories, generating images, and so on. So traditional AI handles data. It uses data to classify or forecast, and generative AI learns from data to generate something new. The traditional AI, it labels, scores, and categories as output, and generative AI, the text, images, music videos, and so on. For example, traditional AI is face recognition, fraud detection, spam filters, and generative AI is ChatGPT, DALL-E, Music LM, and so on. So down the line in the next chapter, we will see the applications of some generative AI tools like the ChatGPT, DALL-E, and GPT-3. So imagine this. You are working on a college project. It's late at night and the deadlines is tomorrow. You need a well-written report and a poster design and a clear presentation. So total chaos, right? But what if I tell you that there's an AI assistant that can help you with all of this in just minutes? So welcome to the world of generative AI. Today we'll explore how tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E, and GPT-3 are being used by the students, content creators, and professionals to do amazing things faster, easier, and smarter. So let's break down each tool and see how you can actually use them in real life. So this is ChatGPT 4.0. If you're not aware of what ChatGPT is, so ChatGPT is an AI chatbot that can create, write essays, summaries, articles, explain topics, solve coding problems, and even conduct mock interviews all through one single chat. So let's look at real ways you can use it. So ChatGPT model, it uses this GPT-4, the latest in the generative AI pre-trained transformer that is a GPT family. So GPT-4 is designed for more nuanced and human-like conversation. So have a look at the real ways we can use it. So the first prompt we are going to try is explain the greenhouse effect like I am in class 12. So basically this prompt is asking for the greenhouse effect explanation, and it is asking the ChatGPT to behave that it is explaining to a class 12 person. So we will give this. So you can basically see a human-like generation. Just like here, the greenhouse effect is a natural process that warms the Earth's surface. It happens when certain gases in the Earth's atmosphere trap the heat. Here's how it works. It will have a detailed explanation on the solar energy, Earth's surface absorption, greenhouse gases, heat trapping, and all. So after all this 4 points, it has also given, without the greenhouse effect, the earth would be too cold to sustain life. However, human activities like as burning fossil fuels, deforestation and industrial processes. So you can basically think it has given one nutshell, and if you just understand this, you have a clear vision of what a greenhouse effect is. So the first point we can see over here is that it is like a own tutor. So the first point, we have just been to ChatGPT, that is founded by chat.openai.com. We have typed a question and we have got a simple and easy to understand answer. And even you can have a follow-up question, like if I ask, is solar energy related to greenhouse effect? You can even have a follow-up question. Yes, solar energy is related to the greenhouse effect. So it's almost like its own tutor. So great for the late night cramming or the quick concept clarity. So this is it. And now moving on to the second thing that it can help with, that writing assignments or essays in just minutes. So we will ask ChatGPT, write a 350-word essay on climate change for college purpose. And you can see I have provided conditions. You can even customize it by saying make it simple and yet engaging. Awesome. So it will basically create, it has even created a own title, a growing concern for our future. Climate change, it has created paragraphs, and basically you can even customize this word count and topic, then review the generated draft. You can even personalize it, do like this personality, and done and dusted. You can just have this. Now writing feels less stressful and it would be more fun. It can even give you an interview experience. For example, just imagine you are having your interview on the next Monday and you are preparing and you are very confused about what to prepare and what not. Then you can basically ask ChatGPT to behave like an interviewer for a particular job. I can even paste your job description from that particular company and you can ask that what are the probable questions I can have. So let's have a demo. Ask me 3 HR questions for a software development internship and suggest improvements. And you can even post this. And in no time, it has started generating. Here are the 3 HR questions for a software development internship. The first one, can you walk me through a recent coding project you have worked on and explain how you approach solving the problem? And you know what? This is a very, very common question. And it has given one tip also, suggestion. This question evaluates your problem solving skills, your technical ability, and how you approach development tasks. It gives the interviewer insight into your practical experience and thought process. So how do you manage the deadlines when working on the multiple projects or the tasks simultaneously? So this question assesses your time management skills and ability to prioritize the task. So the software development often involves juggling multiple assignments. So this gives the interviewer an idea of your organization skills. So this is very important. It has also written, how do you keep yourself updated with the latest programming languages and technologies? So basically this question looks after your own learning ability. So the self-improvement part. So it has even created one answer over it. And it is also suggestions for the improvement, provide specific examples, highlight the soft skills, prepare for the problem-solving questions, and so on. And if I, for example, if I write, customize it with a data analyst fresher role, having no experience what all the interviewer can ask me in the technical round, and it will give you answer in no time. HR questions for a data analyst fresher. Why are you interested in pursuing a career as a data analyst, and what are the steps you have taken to prepare yourself for this role? Can you describe a situation where you had to analyze data or solve a problem using numbers or data in your studies or personal projects? How do you approach learning new tools or technologies, especially when it comes to data analysis software? And then we have this technical question. What is the difference between the structured and unstructured data? What is data normalization? How comfortable are you with the data visualization tools? Can you describe a visualization you would use to represent sales data over time? Can you explain what a pivot table is when it is used in data analysis? And there are suggestions that you showcase your learning journey, focus on the problem solving skills, prepare for the basic technical questions. Since you are a fresher, the technical questions may focus on the fundamentals like the Excel, Python, that is the libraries, pandas, and so on. So in no time, it can even have a mock interview over here. So you can even create ideas over here. It can brainstorm you with the ideas available. For example, you have a group project and you want an idea. I'll type over here, give 5 creative ideas for a group project on sustainability. And if you post this, in no time it has created this 5 ideas. Sustainable packaging design challenge. Objectives, design a sustainable. It has created one objective, it has given one approach for you and one outcome. Then it has created community-based urban garden, and for each topic if you see, for each idea if you see, it has created the objective, the approach and the outcome. So these projects can not only be educational but also impactful. So you never run out of inspiration from ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is a lot. And here if you can actually see, it has various search, deep search and create image, and you can basically do everything you want from ChatGPT. Let's now move on to DALL-E. The next we would be seeing is DALL-E. So DALL-E is an AI that creates images from text. You tell it what to draw and it generates the artwork, logos and visuals. So you would be getting DALL-E from this ChatGPT only, and in the Explore GPTs in the sidebar, you have to just mention DALL-E 2. So there are various versions of DALL-E, and we'll start chatting. And now if you close this sidebar, you can basically see DALL-E 2. So DALL-E is an AI that creates the images, and DALL-E, this model uses a version of the CLIP model, that is a contrastive language image pre-training, combined with the VQ-VA2 or other generative image models. So DALL-E creates images from the text descriptions, generating highly creative visuals based on the natural language input. So let's see how you can use it. So for example, you're going to design the college poster design. So instantly it would be done. So we would write create a poster for a college fest with DJs, neon lights and a crazy crowd, okay? And we can basically give the prompt. And in no time, it will create one great image for you. You can write and you can see it has created a great image. You can basically download this image and do anything. Here's the poster for your college fest featuring a vibrant DJ scene with the neon lights and the energetic crowd. So forget Photoshop, let AI do the heavy lifting. So then you can create presentations over here, adding better visuals. So I'll write, draw a cartoon showing water pollution in a river. And you can basically see this. Now you can insert it into the PowerPoint or Canva and design it on your own. It acts as a vector, it acts as icon, and anything you want to add. Then you can instantly create club logos and branding. So you can even generate a logo for over here through DALL-E 2. Logo for a coffee club with books and steaming mugs. And you can see it has created a drastic logo and it feels like real. So you had just given one prompt and get 4 to 5 variations of logo. You can even ask it for a different version. So great for the student clubs or college events. Then you can even have it for the costume design or any ideas again. So we'll write futuristic costume design for a sky fi play with glowing elements. And even you can see here, it has created a futuristic costume design for a scientific fiction play with the glowing elements. And it is very amazing. The qualities of the images are of high quality. And use vivid descriptions, use more detailed prompts, and you will get a great output from DALL-E 2. So art students and theater class, this is your new secret weapon. So let's move on to GPT-3. Our next GenAI tool is GPT-3. So GPT-3 is the powerhouse engine behind the tools like ChatGPT. So it doesn't just chat, it can write full code, research summary papers, business emails, and more. So GPT-3 is a predecessor of GPT-4 based on the same GPT architecture but with a 175 billion parameters. It was one of the most advanced language models when it was released. So let's explore how it helps in the real world task. So initially, we can use ChatGPT because it is a ChatGPT 4 version. There is a GPT-3 is basically a predecessor of GPT-4. So I'm using ChatGPT over here. You can also use ChatGPT 4 to understand the GPT-3. So the first one is building websites without coding. So you can even write a HTML for personal portfolio with my name, bio, and contact form. And in no time, it has generated this. You can just copy it, paste it in VS Code or any of the code editors you like, and you can definitely get a proper output of this. Perfect for the beginners or the design students. Then you can even summarize a lengthy research paper. You can have to just upload the paper, and if you see this plus section, you can just click on this. You can just upload from your computer and summarize it in 2 seconds. It can even brainstorm you with the project and the startup ideas, like suggest 5 unique app ideas for college students. Now you can see the first one is Study Buddy Finder. Helps students find partners based on their courses, schedules, and many preferences. And you can even see Campus Event Hub, Course Material Exchange, Mental Wellness Check-in, Foodie Finder, and so on. It has even created bullet points for better understanding. So it is a noise-free study timer. Use it to kickstart your next hackathon or competition or anything. So I'm not dragging it more because as I have already showed you the use of ChatGPT. So that's it. Moving on to the next lesson of understanding the generative AI models. Imagine you are teaching a computer to be creative, like painting a picture, writing a poetry, or designing a dress. That's exactly what generative AI models aim to do. So learn from the data and generate new content that looks, sound, or feels real. But how do this pull off? Let's break it down into the three major families of models. The first one is GANs, that is the Generative Adversarial Networks. Then the second one we have is VAEs, that is the Variational Autoencoders. And the third one, the final one, is transformers like the GPT. So let's understand this in a detailed one. The first one is Generative Adversarial Networks, GANs, the artist versus the critic game. So how it works? Think of GANs like a competition between the two neural networks. The generator is like a rookie artist trying to create a fake art. The discriminator is the tough critic trying to tell the real art from the fake. So the artist creates random images. The critic says fake or real, and the artist learns to get better. So over the time, the fake images become indistinguishable from the real ones. So there's a real world analogy. It's like a student, that is a generator, forging a signature and a teacher, discriminator, spotting it. As both improve, the forgeries become nearly perfect. So there are certain applications. The first application is creating realistic human faces. Then style, the transfer in the art. And then we have fashion design prototypes. And then finally we have deep fakes, that is controversial but technically fascinating. And then let's move on to the challenges. So training instability. The second one is it requires a lot of data and computing. So moving on, we'll understand variational autoencoders, that is the VAEs, the data compressor with creativity. So VAEs are like the compress and the rebuild systems. They take input data like an image, compress it into a low dimensional space that is called as latent space, and then reconstruct it. But here's the twist. The VAs don't just remember, they imagine. So by sampling different points in the latent space, they can generate new similar looking content. So let's move on and see the applications. First application is anomaly detection. So what doesn't fit in the normal data? Then the second one is generating handwritten digits and faces. And then we have data compression. And then finally we can see drug discovery, that is generating molecular structures. So now let's move on to the strengths. So more stable than the GANs, and it gives a well-structured latent space for the interpolation. So now moving on to the third model, we have transformer models, that is a master of the sequences. So unlike the GANs or the VAEs, which focus more on images, transformers shine in handling sequences, especially the text. The core data idea is attention mechanism, a way to let the model focus on the different words when generating a sentence. So for example, when GPT generates a sentence, I like ice cream because it's sweet. It pays attention to the context, understanding how because relates to the ice cream and sweet. So let's now move on to the applications. The first one is chatbots. like the ChatGPT. And then we have code generation, that is the GitHub Copilot. And then thirdly, we have language translation. And finally, we have summarization and content creation. And then let's move on and see why transformers stand out. So the first one is they scale data well. The second one is they can be fine-tuned on specific tasks like the medical summarization or legal drafting. Then finally they handle the long-range dependencies better than the older models like the RNNs or the LSTMs. Then we have a comparison and the use cases. So the first one is GANs, and it is best at image generation. And then we have an example use, that is the face synthesis. And the associated strength is high realism, and the weakness is it is hard to train. Then we are seeing the VAEs, and it is best at data compression, plus it is also good in anomaly detection. So it is used as a latent space exploration. And then coming to the strength, it is very stable training, and then coming to weakness, it has the less sharp outputs. So then coming to the model type, that is the transformers, and it is best at text and language. And then we have an example use, that is a ChatGPT and summarization. And then we have strength, that is powerful with the large data. And then we have certain weakness, that is expensive to train. Now moving on, let's clear something, which to use and when. So if you don't know which generative model to use for what, it can mess things up fast. So let's say you are building an app that needs to write emails, make pictures, answer questions, and turn speech into text. If you use the wrong model for the wrong job, your results will be poor, things will be slow, and you will waste time. So let's understand which models performs what. So for a sharp realistic images, we are using GANs. And then coming to the next, for variation and latent space analysis, we are using VAEs. And then finally, for the language or the text-based task, we are using transformers. So finally, how do these models actually work? So the GAN training process is, the first process is generator makes the fake data. Then the step 2 is the discriminator tries to classify the real versus fake. Then the third step is both get better at their jobs with each round. So the final goal is to fool the discriminator with the realistic outputs. So the transformers under the hood pays attention mechanism. So it helps model understand which words matter more. Then we have self-attention, that is allows the model to look at all the words in a sentence at once. And then we have positional, that is encoding, and it helps track the orders of the words, as transformers don't read left to right like humans. So this is why models like GPT-4 can summarize, translate, and generate in text so well. So understanding the differences between these generative models is like knowing which tool to use for which creative job. So GANs are your digital painters, VAs are the smart compressors with imagination, and transformers are your text wizards. So down the line, we'll see how to create our first generative AI model.
In this chapter, we will be creating our first generative AI model. So the objective of this lesson is breaking down the steps of building a generative AI model using a pre-trained model. So we are here not training a model from the scratch. So instead, we will fine-tune or directly use a pre-trained model. So this makes it fast and beginner-friendly. So if I tell the steps in nutshell, we will be first choosing a pre-trained model. For example, GPT-2 because it is lightweight and good for beginners. The source from which we will getting the model is Hugging Face's Model Hub, and then we will be setting up the environment in Google Colab, as you can see. Then we will be installing the libraries, the transformers, Torch, and then loading the pre-trained model and the tokenizer. Then we will be writing a prompt and generating a text. So here we will be using the pipeline API for simplicity and parameters like max length and temperature. So let's begin. So here I am inside this Google Colab and I have chosen a new notebook to begin with, and then I'll just insert exclamation pip install transformers and shift enter. And it may take some time, and you can see it has actually installing all the required transformers. So pip install means install this package in Colab, and transformers is a library by the Hugging Face. So it gives us access to the powerful AI models like GPT-2, BERT and more. And then we will install from transformers import pipeline, and then we will be using the loading generator GPT-2 text generator. So generator equal to, and you can see pipeline text generation and tab. So we'll execute this, and basically this pipeline is a shortcut tool. It hides all the complex code needed to run the AI models. So here the text generation tells like, hey, I want a model that can write text for me, and GPT-2 is the actual model name. It was trained by the OpenAI to predict what word comes next in a sentence. And then basically you can see that it has model 7 tensors, 100%. It has loaded everything, and the storage is also enabled for this repository. And then we'll begin with the prompt. Okay, so let's give the prompt, and let's keep it very simple. Prompt equal to once upon a time in a world full of AI, comma, and then in the next line I will be writing result is equal to generator, and we will be passing the prompt inside it, and then we will be giving the max length, one parameter, and I will be specifying it as 100, and I will be giving the number return sequence, number return sentence is equal to 1, and I don't require this, so I will be directly printing the result. The first one, the first doc will print, and then we will be passing the generated text, and I will run this. And so the prompt I have given, this is a starting sentence you give to the AI, like saying, hey, start a story with this and this and this. So max length is equal to 100. So this particularly means generate up to 100 words or characters after the prompt. And then you can even see I have given this num return sequence is equal to 1. This is asking for just one version of the result. So you can basically ask for 2-3 versions. I have just asked for only one. And then the result you can see, and in the third bracket I have given a 0 and the generated text. It extracts the generated text from the result. So you will see the AI write a continuation of your prompt basically. So that's your first generative AI output. You can basically see, once upon a time in the world of AI, your only limit was when you could kill monsters, but now you can for the first time ever. The new monsters are in the battle in the blood of elves now, not the usual black and white battles that you have experienced with the past couple of years, and it has created a great one. So you can even see the power of generative AI. It has the power of completing your text, your prompt. So then let's write result equal to generator and if I want to write prompt comma enter, then max length I will again mention equal to 100, then enter. I want the num return sequence equal to 1 and have to put a comma over here, okay, so don't forget this, guys. And then temperature is equal to 0.7 comma top k. Don't worry, I'll explain one by one as I write. Equal to 50, then top p equal to 0.95 comma, then I'll write do samples equal to true, basically a boolean value. So then after this I'll print the result, print result, and in third brackets will be the first one, and then again third brackets will give in generated text, and then we're basically gonna shift enter. So here basically we have parameters like temperature. So temperature, what it does, it controls the creativity. This the lower is equal to safe and higher is the wild, and creative is 0.7 medium. So this top underscore k is equal to 50. So pick from the top 50 likely next words instead of just the top one. Then we have this top underscore p is equal to 0. It is the nuclear sampling, that is a more natural randomness. Then we have do sample is equal to true, that is enables the randomness. So without this the output is too predictable. So once you run this code, you will see something like once upon a time in a world full of AI, and with every advancement in AI machines, there has been a change in the way we think about the world, and we need to make sure that we can make sure, and it has repeated it so many times. So every time you run it, you might get a slightly different result. So over here, you have used the Hugging Faces Transformers library to load the GPT-2. Then you wrote a prompt, and then the AI continued it using its training. So you did it without any complex machine learning setup inside the Google Colab. So this is your very first generative AI model. In the next chapter, we will be seeing the real world of impact of generative AI models. So generative AI is not just about another buzzword. It's fundamentally changing how businesses operate, solve problems, and serve customers. From generating product descriptions to designing aircraft parts, generating AI is stepping into roles that once required human creativity and intelligence. So in this session, we will explore how industries across the board are using generative AI in meaningful and practical ways. The first one is healthcare. That is a faster diagnosis and drug discovery. So in healthcare, generative AI is helping doctors and scientists make faster decisions. The first one is medical imaging. So AI can analyze medical images like the X-rays or MRIs and create reports to help doctors quickly identify the problems. For example, a hospital uses AI to write reports for doctors, cutting down the time spent on each patient. Then we have drug discovery. So AI helps scientists discover new medicines faster by predicting how proteins fold, which is important for the creating drugs. For example, a company used AI to discover a new drug in just 18 months, which usually takes much longer time. Then moving on to the next one, we have finance, that is a smarter risk management and report generation. So in finance, AI is making it easier to analyze data and detect the problems. The first one is automated financial reports. So AI can create financial reports based on data, saving time for analysts. For example, a hedge fund uses AI to write the market reports in minutes. Then we have fraud detection. So AI helps banks detect fraud by generating the fake transaction data to test their security systems, making them more reliable. So for instance, MasterCard uses AI to create realistic transaction data to improve their fraud detection system. So now moving on to the third, we have retail, and that is the personalized shopping experience. So retailers use AI to create personalized shopping experiences for customers. The first one we have is product descriptions. So AI writes product descriptions that are customized for different customer groups, such as casual descriptions for young buyers and formal ones for the professionals. For example, a clothing brand uses AI to automatically write descriptions for thousands of products. And then we have virtual try-ons. So AI lets customers try on clothes or makeup virtually to see how it would look on them before buying. So for instance, Sephora's app uses AI to suggest makeup and lets users see how it looks on their face using their phone camera. So now moving on to the fourth one, we have manufacturing. There is a faster design and maintenance. So AI is also making manufacturing more efficient. The first one is AI generated designs. AI helps create lighter, stronger parts for products, reducing waste and material costs. For example, an airplane company used AI to design parts that were 50% lighter but just as strong as the traditional designs. Then moving on, we have predictive maintenance. So AI helps factories predict when machines will need maintenance, reducing downtime and improving efficiency. For example, a factory uses AI to automatically create maintenance schedules for machines based on their performance data. So now moving on to the fifth one, we have education. That is a personalized learning for students. So AI is making education more personalized and accessible. The first one is AI tutors. So AI-powered tutors can help students with the homework by guiding them step by step through problems. For example, a student stuck on a math problem can get hints and explanations from an AI tutor available at any time. Then we have automated feedback. So teachers use AI to create quizzes and provide feedback on assignments, saving them hours each week. For instance, a teacher uses AI to review essays and provide comments in just minutes instead of hours. So now moving on, we have sixth one is entertainment, that is creating content at a scale. So in entertainment, AI is being used to create content faster and cheaper. First one is script writing. AI can help writers come up with ideas, generate dialogues, and even create storyboards before filming. For example, a filmmaker uses AI to plan scenes and create visuals before they start shooting, save time in the pre-production. So then we have virtual characters. So AI can create virtual characters that speak and act, which is useful for movies, games, and social media content. For instance, AI is used to create virtual influencers who interact with their followers on social media. So now moving on down the line, we will see how to create a chatbot in Google Colab. So before we dive into the code, let's first understand what the Hugging Face Transformers library is. So the Hugging Face Transformers library is one of the most popular libraries for the natural language processing, and it provides the pre-trained models that can perform a variety of tasks like the text generation, text classification, named entity recognition, and more. So here in the code, we will be using a model called DialogGPT Small, which is a variant of GPT-2 designed for conversation generation. So the DialogGPT was trained on the large conversational datasets, making it a perfect fit for building the chatbots. So let's now build the setting up the environment. So for this, we will install pip install transformers. So this line basically installs the transformers library. You need this to work with the pre-trained models provided by the Hugging Face. So this will allow you to load the models like the DialogGPT we will be using here, a conversational AI model, and use it to generate the chat responses. And here we will begin with importing the necessary libraries. From transformers, import the auto model. For the casual LM auto tokenizer, import torch, and then we will run this. So here we are importing the necessary components like the auto model ID for the casual LM. So this class basically loads a pre-trained model for the casual language modeling, which is used for the text generation task. So we will use it to load the DialogGPT model. And the auto tokenizer, the tokenizer converts the text into tokens which are known as numbers, that the model can process and then converts the model's output back into the human readable text. So the torch is then, PyTorch is the deep learning framework used by the model. It's used for the tensor manipulations as models rely on these tensors for the input and output. So let's begin. Then we will begin with the loading the model and the tokenizer. So here this converts the raw text, that is the user input, into tokens. Into that model understands. So each word or phrase is mapped into the unique ID, making it easier for the model to process and generate a response. So then model is that pre-trained DialogGPT small model is loaded over here. So this model has been trained on a large corpus of dialogues, which enables it to generate the relevant responses in a conversational manner. So then we will begin with the chat initialization. And before beginning with the chat initialization, we will see that the tokenizer config JSON is 100% complete, and the best part of Collab is it will give you all the status of how it is complete and for which particular merges.text.vocab.json which is completing and what problem is there. So let's just run this and let me explain. So chat history IDs. So this is a variable where we store the history of the conversation. So this helps the model maintain the context across multiple user inputs. Then we have having a print statement that start chatting with your AI, type quit to exit. So this provides a welcoming message to the user to start chatting and gives the exit command. So then we will begin with the chat loop, that is the main logic of the chatbot. So then we'll begin with this chat loop logic. So we have written for step in range 5, user input is equal to input, and then u, and then semicolon, and then a space. And then we have written if user input dot lower is equal to quit, then I have to break it. Break the loop. Break. So then I'll run this. And this section of the code basically uses input to get the user's message and exit condition. If the user types quit, the loop will break and the chat ends. So let's see. And here basically you can see I have written hey and still it doesn't break. So let's write quit over here and let's see what happens. So you can see that it has stopped generating, means it has got out of the logic. So here we have this encoding user input. So encoding, the user input is converted into token IDs using the tokenizer .encode. So the EOS token, that is the end of sequence token, is added at the end of the user input. This tells the model that the input has ended and it prepares for generating a response. Then tensors. So this is the return underscore tensors equal to PT. That part ensures that the encoded input is returned as a PyTorch tensor. This is the format that the model expects. So we will run this. And then we will be moving on to managing the conversation in history. So here we are having this managing conversation history, and it is up to maintaining the context. So we want to keep the track of the conversation history so that the model can respond in context. So if there's previous chat history, that is the chat history IDs, it is concatenated with the new input, allowing the model to consider the entire conversation so far. So if there is no previous history, that is the first user input, the new input IDs are used directly. So then we will be moving on to generating a response. So here we are concentrating on generating a response. Chat history IDs is equal to model generated, bot input IDs, max length equal to 1000, and pat token ID is equal to tokenizer.eos token ID. So model response, so this part sends the concatenated input to the model, that is model.generate, and generates a response. The maximum length specifies the maximum length of the generated text. So in this case, it is set to 1000 tokens. Then we have pad token ID, that is ensures the padding tokens are handed correctly. That is, the model needs to know which tokens are just padding. Then we will be moving on to the decoding the response. And here we are seeing response is equal to tokenizer.decode chat history IDs, there is a bot input IDs dot shape and everything. So basically decoding this generated token IDs are converted back into the human readable text using the tokenizer.decode. Then we have skip the special tokens. The skip special tokens is equal to true. It ensures that any special tokens like the EOS are not included in the final output. So we will run this. And then finally, we are actually printing the response, that is displaying the response. So the print, this generating the response, is displayed to the user. So we'll run this and you can see bot, I'm so sorry. So what happens when you run this code? You initiate the chat and the bot welcomes you to start chatting. So every time you input something, the bot takes your message, encodes it and sends it to the model along with the conversation history. The model generates a response considering the entire conversation so far, and the bot outputs that response. So this loop continues until you type quit, ending the conversation. So, building a chatbot is essential because it enhances the user engagement by providing the real-time, personalized interactions, making it more dynamic and the user-friendly compared to the static content. So, chatbots are available 24/7, ensuring the users can get immediate responses at any time. So, by automating the repetitive tasks like answering common questions, processing orders, or providing basic customer support, chatbots free up valuable resources, allowing human employees to focus on more complex tasks. So then, additionally, chatbots can improve customer satisfaction by quickly resolving the inquiries, reducing the wait times, and enhancing the overall user experience. So implementing the context management allows the bot to remember the previous interactions, ensuring a continuous and more personalized experience for the user. So finally, enabling the multi-turn conversation handling means the chatbot can engage in back and forth dialogues rather than only answering the isolated questions, so making it feel more conversational and human-like. So these features collectively help create an intelligent, efficient, and engaging chatbot that can significantly improve user interactions and streamline the business operations. So you can even fine-tune your own model. So this could be your own dataset to make it more specific to a particular domain or a use case. You can even make it worth handling the longer conversations so that it remembers the chat history for a long time. So guys, you have made your first chatbot and down the line, let's get improved. So in this lesson, we will understand about the limitations of generative AI models. So the first one is lack of understanding. So AI models generate content by predicting what comes next based on the patterns in data, but they don't truly understand the content. For example, when an AI creates an article or a code, it doesn't know what it's writing. It's just mixing patterns based on the past data. Then moving on to the dependence on the data quality. So the AI's performance is only as good as the data it's trained on. So if it has biased or incomplete data, it can generate biased or inaccurate results. Think about biased hiring algorithms or flawed healthcare recommendations, real issues caused by the bad training data. So now moving on to the third one, we have creativity limitations. So AI can produce impressive creative outputs like artwork or music. So however, it struggles to innovate or produce truly original ideas like a human artist would. It's more about remixing the existing content rather than inventing something groundbreaking. Now moving on to the next, we have ethical concerns. So AI models can sometimes generate harmful content, from offensive language to deep fakes that are hard to distinguish from the real footage. So this poses risk for misinformation and ethical dilemmas, especially in media and entertainment. So now moving on to the next, we have context and nuance. So generative AI can miss the subtle nuance in conversations or emotions. For instance, if you asked a model to help with the sensitive topics like mental health, it might offer advice that's generic and more tailored to the individual's emotional needs. Next, we have cost and resource intensive. So training a generative AI model requires huge amounts of computing power, time, and energy. So these models often run on the powerful servers, consuming a lot of resources, which raises concerns about the sustainability and the environmental impact. So now moving on to the next one, we have limited problem solving capabilities. While generative AI is great at tasks like writing essays or summarizing text, it's not well suited for the task requiring the deeper reasoning or the complex problem solving. It can simulate problem solving, but it doesn't truly understand the solution in the way humans do. Now, moving on to the next one, we have risk of over-reliance. So with AI generating more and more content, there's a risk of becoming too dependent on the technology. So people might rely on AI for the tasks that require human expertise or critical thinking, which could hinder the personal creativity or decision making. So now moving on, we have data privacy issues. So AI models can sometimes generate content based on the personal data, raising concerns about privacy. So this is especially problematic in the areas like healthcare, where sensitive data can be inadvertently shared or misused. So now moving on to the next one, we have generalization challenges. So generative models are great at specific tasks, but struggle with the broader generalization. For instance, a model trained to generate images of the cats may struggle to create the convincing images of a completely different animal, showing that AI is limited in its flexibility. Now moving on down the line, we will understand the future of Gen AI models. The first one is improved understanding and comprehension. So that the future of generative AI will likely see models that can understand the context more deeply, providing more relevant and meaningful outputs. So we might see AI models that can truly comprehend the meaning behind the responses, rather than just spitting out the data. So next, we'll move on to the enhanced creativity. So as AI models evolve, we can expect them to push boundaries and become more innovative. So with advancements in the techniques like the reinforcement learning and neural architecture search, we could see AI producing truly original content, potentially revolutionizing fields like the art, music, and literature. So now moving on, we have more ethical AI. So in the future, we will likely see more regulations around AI usage to prevent the harmful outcomes. So AI companies are already working on improving the transparency, reducing bias, and making their models more ethical and responsible. So now moving on, we have better personalization. So the future holds AI that can offer more tailored, personalized experience. So imagine an AI that truly understands your needs and preferences. So providing you with the content, products or services that feel personalized and relevant. Now moving on to the next one, we have energy efficiency. So as the demand for the generative AI grows, researchers are focusing on creating more energy efficient models. We may see smaller, more powerful models that can run on less computational power, reducing the environmental impact. So next we have human AI collaboration. So rather than replacing humans, the future of generative AI models is likely to be centered on collaboration. So we will see AI helping people be more productive, augmenting creativity and providing insights that humans can use to make better decisions. So now moving on to the next, we have integration with the new technologies. So generative AI will continue to integrate with the new technologies like augmented reality, that is the AR, then the virtual reality, that is the VR, the blockchain, and opening up new possibilities for the immersive experiences and the decentralized applications. So now moving on, we have solving complex real-world problems. So in the near future, we could see AI models working alongside scientists to tackle the big challenges like climate change, pandemics, and global food security. So AI could help analyze data, predict trends, and offer innovative solutions to these pressing problems. So now we'll see the next one, we have more accessible AI. So as technology advances, AI will become more accessible. Tools will be easier to use, and people from all the walks of life, not just the technical experts, will be able to harness the power of AI to create and innovate. So while generative AI models are still evolving, their potential to transform the industries, enhance creativity, and solve the complex problems is undeniable. But it's important to address their limitations and work towards creating more ethical, efficient, and responsible AI systems. So the future is exciting and we are just getting started. So guys, congratulations on completing the Gen AI Models for Beginners course by Simplilearn. You have now built a strong foundation on the generative AI models by learning what generative AI was, how it impacted the real world, then creating chatbots, creating your first Gen AI model, and then finally closing it with the future of Gen AI models. So as you move forward, continue experimenting with your own data sets and refining your own pipeline to unlock the full potential of Gen AI in creating smarter, context-aware Gen AI systems and models.
Now we will begin with the agenda for MCP tutorial for beginners. So firstly, we will have a quick briefing of what exactly is an MCP, or as it is called, Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol. Followed by that, we will understand some basic protocols and standards in communication. Next, we will try to relate MCP to the understanding of protocols and standards. Followed by that, we will get started with our demonstration on developing a web scraper agent using MCP. And for that, we will be needing Node.js, Cursor AI, and Firecrawl API. So I will be walking you through those demonstration steps one after the other, and this will be a very beginner-friendly tutorial and practical demonstration on MCP. Now that I've made myself clear with the agenda, let's get started with MCP. So what exactly is MCP? As MCP on their webpage says, MCP is a Model Context Protocol or Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol, is an open source protocol that standardizes how applications supply context to large language models. Similar to how USB-C unifies hardware connections, MCP offers a consistent way to integrate AI models with various data sources and tools. Now let's go to the official documentation of MCP to have a broader overview. So, as they say, MCP is one such tool if you remember N8N and all the AI tools and data sources that you used. For example, if you wanted an AI travel agent, as we have an already existing tutorial on our channel, you can go through it for a brief overview. So you might be needing an email writing agent, and you might be needing an airport code searching AI agent, hotel searching AI agent, flight booking AI agent, and a lot of agents connected to one another through a complex network using an N8N platform, right? Now, in this particular MCP, that will be minimized. So you will have a standardized approach where you just eliminate all those boilerplate coding, agents, manual searching for databases, manual search for knowledge bases, manual search for agents, which are specifically designed for the purpose. You just explain your initiative, attach the API keys, and MCP takes over and gives you a fully furnished and finished product within no time. That's the main approach of MCP. So here you can see an overview image where we have the parts MCP host, clients, servers, local data sources, remote services, and local data sources. If you wanted to go ahead with local data sources or local knowledge base, you can go ahead with that. But in case if you wanted some open source, then you can also go ahead with that. So here we have all the quick starts and guides and example and tutorials to how to begin with that one, and all the explore pages that you want to go ahead with if you wanted to have a deep dive into core architecture, the resources available, prompts, tools, transport samplings, and a lot more. And in case if you wanted to contribute your dedicated resources for the community, you can also go ahead with that, and you can also have some support and feedback for MCP. Now that we have a brief understanding of MCP and still clueless about what exactly is MCP, then let's go ahead with some standards and protocols so that you can get a template and you can relate MCP to that template and understand what's the role or importance of MCP in AI agent development. Now, understanding the standards and protocols. Now, let us imagine that you get a team of people to work on a project, and you are the manager that leads and directs this particular team for a purpose, right? Now, the complex problem. No one is friend of anyone. Everyone is new to everyone on the team. And each and every person in this team belongs to a different country and doesn't have a common language in between. For example, person A speaks Mandarin, person B speaks Hindi, person C speaks French, so on. There is no common language between any one of those. Now imagine each and every one of these team members as an AI agent or a tool working for the purpose. In this scenario, you might have to hard code the ports of communication, instructions on how to do, and you need to go on to each and every single AI agent and explain the stuff in a very dedicated and a specific way. This could take a very long time. In the same way, if you relate this to a person, then you might have to reach to every single person and speak to them in their own tongue and explain them the procedures and the steps to be taken to finish the task. Now, how would you do that? It would be a lot complex. Mandarin, you might not even know French or a different language. And in that particular scenario, you might be stuck. What if there was one single language that everyone knew? For example, English. Now you can get all of them together and explain the stuff in one single call and close it. And what might be so wonderful is that you'll not even waste a lot of time, and there is no hard coding, there is no manual effort there, right? In the same way, if you relate this to a web server, then you are the client, you have the server, and you just, let's say you're working on Facebook or Instagram, You try to post something, you try to write a comment, you try to like something, right? That is the activity. And these particular activities will go through 4 different types of requests. One is the get request, put request, post request, and last is the delete request, right? Now, if you are connected to a single server, this might not be as tough as possible. But if you are getting connected to multiple servers, then you might be requiring different protocols every single time. Now, this can be a combination of 2 parts, HTTP and the URL that you're trying to get connected to, right? Now, to eliminate the efforts between multiple servers and multiple requests at one go, you have one single tool called as API. And the most popular API is the REST API, which has a standard way of communicating. So here, the REST API works as the language English that we discussed before. In the same way, it has maintained a standard where each and every web client can have his communication to his dedicated server or multiple servers in one go using one single language or medium or standard, that is REST API. Without REST API and the standards and protocols, it might be very confusing and you might end up in a complex situation which might not yield in the type of result you're expecting. Now, if you can relate the development of multiple AI agents for a single purpose to the web communication and a meeting, you also expect if there were a template for development of AI agents which could make the process less complex, just like REST API did in a web service and just like English did in a team meeting, then MCP comes into the picture. MCP is your template for it, right? So just like your REST API and the meetings, you have a MCP. Earlier, without MCP, we used to have one tool called NA10, where you had all the tools connected to it and all the LLMs programmed to it, and you had to do this hard coding for each and every tool that you have included in the network and each and every agent that you have related to it. You had to specifically instruct, write down steps, develop a persona to your AI agent, right? There was a lot of stuff. But if you eliminate this particular complexity with one tool, then that would be your MCP. You just had to include MCP and tell your purpose, and your job would be done. Now that you have a brief understanding or a general overview of what exactly is MCP, now let's go ahead and build one. Now, the steps would include the following. For the project that we are building, which is a web crawler or web scraper, we might need the help of Node.js. So firstly, we will install and set the environment for Node.js. Followed by that, we will be needing an editor. So for that, we will be choosing the Cursor AI editor. And next, we will use an API. So for that, we will be using the Firecrawl API. And lastly, we can get started with building one once we have all the required resources. So let's get started. So as we discussed before, we will get started by installing Node.js into our operating system. So we're working on Windows operating system. So we might have to go ahead with Windows. So I'll choose Windows and the architecture will be the one which I'm working with. So that would be x64. But in case if you are working with a different operating system, say Mac OS, then you might have to select ARM or any suitable architecture that you can be compatible with. For Linux, you'll have to choose with the same and so on. So since we're working with Windows, so Windows it is and x64 architecture, and click on that Windows installer MSI file. So it will be getting started to install. And you'll have to click on that Windows installer.msi file and it'll get downloaded. While it is getting downloaded, let's go to the next web page and download and install the Cursor AI that we will be needing for this demonstration today. You'll have to log in, create an account and log in. And automatically it will give you the version that suits our operating system. Since we are in Windows, it gave me a Windows operating system. Just sign up or log in. So since you've already an account, just log into your account and confirm it's that you. And followed by that, you'll have installed your Cursor AI. Choose your theme. I'll go with the Cursor Dark theme. And here you make sure that you have Cursor tab, Control K agent, and you can also choose the data sharing option. I'll go with the privacy mode. In case if you want the other one, go ahead with that. And here you have a few review settings, and there you go. Now you're on the new window for Cursor AI. And meanwhile, let's check on the Node Node.js installation. I think the wizard has already started installing the Node.js setup. So this is the window. Let's quickly go through each and every instance that we have gone through so far in this particular window from the beginning. So it started off with some packages that we would be needing. So yeah, chocolatey and KB299. Yeah, further we have, and the last one is Python 13, right? Version 3.13.3 is approved. So far, so good. I think we can now get started with the next step. So here we are on Cursor AI. So we might have to get started going through the Cursor AI settings to create our new MCP. So there are quite a few methods that you can try out to reach to settings. One is you can go to the file and there you may have to choose the preferences, and then you have the cursor settings. You just can use that particular step, or you can go ahead with the search options as well. So you can use that step, or you can also use the other step where you can just go to the search window and search for the settings. Here you can see MCP on the left window. So let me also walk you through a few other steps. So go to the search window and type down Cursor AI or Cursor settings. I think there has been a discrepancy, but not to worry. We'll go with the regular approach where we go to the file, preferences, and cursor settings. And there you have the options on the left hand side. Go to MCP, and so far you don't have any MCP servers because this is the first time you've logged into Cursor AI. So you just have to add new global MCP server, which is available on the blue color button. Just click on that. And now you'll have a mcp.json file which is completely empty. You'll have to write down a few hard-coded codes here, which are not too complex related to the earlier ones that you have worked on in A10. So you might need a few more tools here. So go to the Firecrawl website. Before that, let's go through some awesome MCP servers GitHub link. So here we have almost all information related to the MCP. So let's open a new window and open all these links. What is MCP, clients, tutorials, community, legend, server implementations, framework, tips and tricks, right? For further information, you can go through all these web pages individually. So back to the home page, here you have everything you needed. The basic information of what exactly is MCP, and further you have some server implementations. Like if you scroll down, so you have awesome MCP services. This is where the beginning is. And next you have server implementations, aggregators, art and culture, coding execution, right? Customer data platforms. So here you have aggregators, art and culture, dedicated web spaces. So, and you have also cloud platforms that you can work along with. And moving further, you have code executions, coding agents, command lines as well, and communication related stuff. So you can go along and perform your operations, customer data or platforms, data platforms, and much more. Let's close all these windows and get started with the next stage where we need an API, right? So for that, the project that we're working on, which is web crawler, we will be needing an API from one of the providers, which is Firecrawl API. Okay, that's the one, Firecrawl MCP. So that's the one. Click on that particular link. Here, to generate an API, first you might have to sign up with Firecrawl. So before we sign up, let's go through the website of Firecrawl from the beginning. So that's the template code that you'll be working on. And also here we have a wide variety of crawl options, media parsing options, smart weight actions, right? Reliability first and all those things. And also we have the pricing details. For now, we'll go ahead with the free plan. And yeah, let me add down my details, my email address, and you might also have to add a password. So let me type down something. Yeah, so the password is not too strong enough. That's a good thing. They have a really strong website. So that's a sign you need to have strong passwords, and also make sure that you don't share your passwords and the API keys that you generate using Firecrawl. Now that my password is a little too longer, I think it should be access. Yeah, it's accessible and is a successful account generation. Now you need to check your email and confirm that login credentials are right and everything. So once you are signed up, let's go through another website for generating our API keys. So Firecrawl API, scroll a little bit. So API documentation. So here you'll find some documentation related to Firecrawl and all the details that you need to go through for API key generation. So Firecrawl MCP server. Yeah, that's the website that we're looking for. Firecrawl MCP server. That's the one. And here you have overview, content, tools, and other resources that you're looking for. Now, this is the template server configuration that you'll be needing. So make sure that you have an eye on it. And now you will also have the details that you might have to go through. Like basically, it'll have the steps that you need to follow in the content page. Click on content. There you go. So it has all the features and details that you need to go ahead with. And tools, you have the crawling, extraction, scraping tools that you can work along with Firecrawl, and a few comments here. Now, yeah, the email has not been confirmed yet. Let's try to resend and reconfirm the email so that we just sign up or log in and create our API keys as soon as possible. So there you go. I have verified my email in my phone. So I'll just enter the credentials and sign in. Successful, you are signed in. On the left hand side, you can see the overview, playground, extract, activity logs, usage, API keys, and all the settings. So here you can see my API key has been by default hidden, so I'll not visualize it now. So you have two options, either view or copy. So we will be copying it for the first time to be on the safe side. So since we are new to this particular website, so we don't have any activities registered on this particular web page. So now we have the API keys. Now let's go to the content page to verify the steps that we need to follow. So we need to install npm and we need to go to the Cursor AI settings and add a new MCP server, which we already did. So we just need to copy the template code and we just need to place it there. And also, don't worry about where exactly to place your API keys in the template. We have that place. So we are back on the Cursor AI. Now we will replace this template code with the code that we just copied. And remember, if you're using Windows, try cmd/c. Okay. If you're not on Windows, you can eliminate that cmd/c. But if you are working in Windows, then you definitely need that cmd/c. Okay, let's erase this and replace that. So I'll name my tool as Firecrawl. And I'll go to the new line where I'll write down my command, and the command will be the code that I just copied from the Firecrawl window. So let me type down the command in double quotes in the new line, and I'll paste the command here, which is the code that we copied from the Firecrawl window. Control V. There you go. So the white stuff, which is in cmd/c, so that's the one you need to focus on. If you are working on Windows, that you definitely need it. If you're not working on Windows, then you can just omit it. Now, there might be some concerns with the codes, don't worry. Now, to cross-verify, you can just go back to the Firecrawl homepage and cross-verify it with the template for configuration that they have made us available. Let's go back to the Firecrawl window, and at the same time, you can see your API key here. So that's where you need to place your API key. So here we are on the Firecrawl window. You need to copy the API key and place it in the place where they have mentioned your API key. So if you have cross-verified with the configuration code, that's fine. And now you can just check the double quotes. So that's the one you need to focus on. Let me if there is a way to zoom it in, let me try to zoom in. Yeah, that's the one, cmd/c. If you're on Windows, you definitely need this. If you're not on Windows, you can just choose to omit it. Now let me just do one last final check. I think I missed a double quote somewhere. Yeah, I need to remove it from this place and add it to the end. Just a second. Okay, remove the double quote at that place. Now it should be after MCP. And once everything is done, you can just quickly choose to save and close this particular window. Check the distance between the API key and the double ampersand places. That's fine. And saving is really simple. Choose those three dots, close, save. And once that is clicked, it's all done. You get to choose to close this particular mcp.json file and get back to your agent. So once you have closed it, you will have your new server that you've just created in the cursor settings. But in a few times you get no tool connected, no server connected, or there might be some errors. So in that case, you just need to cross verify the npm installation, Node.js installation, and check all the files that are there or not. But even if everything is installed and you can see the versions available, and if you're still seeing this or watching that particular error, then don't worry, just close the cursor AI and restart it, or you can also choose the refresh option, which is right available there. So I've closed and restarted it, and the same procedure, go to file, preferences, cursor settings, and there you'll see the MCP models, and there you'll find it right there. Correct. Now close it and go to the window where you'll find the server. Yeah, that's the one. And here you choose the agent. Make sure that you choose the agent instead of anything else. Not manual, not ask. I choose the agent. And now I'll write down a simple prompt. Search for Simplilearn on Google. Now it should give me results which it finds on Google. Maybe it's a home page, maybe it's a social media handle like LinkedIn or YouTube or Instagram, anything that it finds related to Simplilearn. Only the term Simplilearn. So here you can see it has given me 3 different results. First one is Simplilearn website. Second one is Simplilearn YouTube channel, and the third one is LinkedIn page. So let's get started with the official web page. So click on the simplilearn.com. Now, it's asking me permission, open. Now we are on Simplilearn homepage. Similarly, let's go back and select for the YouTube page. So that's the one. Open again, get permissions. So you're on the Simplilearn YouTube page. Now I think it might ask for a login for LinkedIn. But anyways, let's try to check if it can open without logging in to LinkedIn or not. So yeah, you can see I've logged into the YouTube. Yeah, it is asking me to log in. So let's quickly log in. It might take a couple of seconds. So there you go. I've logged into LinkedIn. Now open. So I can see Simplilearn's homepage getting loaded in a second. Yeah, there you go. On LinkedIn, we have opened the Simplilearn's homepage successfully. In this tutorial, we will learn about OpenAI's Gen AI agents. So generative AI agents are advanced AI-driven systems designed to autonomously perform tasks, generate content, and assist in decision-making by leveraging large language models, are also known as LLMs, and machine learning algorithms. Imagine an AI agent automating repetitive processes, enhancing productivity, and providing personalized recommendations across various domains, including customer support, marketing, and software development. By understanding context and generating human-like responses, they improve user engagement and streamline workflows. Businesses benefit from cost savings, faster problem solution, and improved efficiency. Such are a few out of many use cases of AI agents. Today, we will cover the OpenAI Gen AI agents and their facts, their challenges, and future implications. That's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Also, just that you know, if you want to upskill yourself, master generative AI and artificial intelligence skills, and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various generative AI courses and certifications. Simplilearn offers various certification programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities like Purdue, IIT Guwahati, and many more. Through our courses, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like advanced Python, machine learning, generative AI, and over a dozen others. That's not all, you also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects and learn from industry experts working in top-tier data and product companies, and also academics from top universities. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into an AI and machine learning role as a fresher or moved on to a higher paying job and profile. If you are passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and description box below to find a generative AI program that fits your experience and areas of interest. Now, without further delay, let's get started. OpenAI Gen AI agents. So, first, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. We will have a brief introduction to generative AI agents. Followed by that, we will understand the core components of Gen AI agents, then how generative AI agents work, architectures and deployment, enhancing AI agents with external tools, challenges and limitations of Gen AI agents, future trends and advancements in AI agents will be the last one. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now let's get started with the first part, which is Introduction to Generative AI Agents. So basically, what exactly do you mean by the term generative AI agents? So an AI agent is just an LLM that can take actions, and it can do so autonomously without any human supervision, and now also reason about the tasks. An AI agent is software entity that autonomously interact with environments, make decisions, and execute tasks. Generative AI agents extend by leveraging large language models like OpenAI GPT to generate intelligent responses and perform tasks beyond rule based automation. Now, we will also look into the evolution of AI agents. Traditional rule based AI agents had limited to predefined rules. Like if you define a process and give the steps, it will just perform them and complete it. It will not take a step beyond it. And machine learning based AI agents can learn from data but need structured inputs. And then comes the generative AI agents, which are capable of understanding, reasoning, and generating human like responses autonomously. Like they understand the environment and learn through it and take their steps based on the principle they have been trained for. And also, they will provide the reason for which they have taken a certain step. Now, moving ahead, why generative AI agents matter a lot? So there are three key points to consider. Firstly, efficiency. They automate repetitive tasks with minimal human intervention. Next is high scalability. They handle large volumes of work, example customer support, content generation, and many more. And finally, intelligence. They can adapt to different use cases dynamically. Nobody has to write rules for them. Now let's focus on OpenAI and its latest release of agents. So OpenAI just released two new groundbreaking agents, the Operator Agent and Deep Research Agent. These two releases are absolutely massive for all AI agent developers. So Operator is the first AI agent released by OpenAI, and what it does is it mimics human actions on your browser. So it means it can scroll, type, click, and navigate Google web pages for you just like any other human would. But more importantly, and what many people have missed out is this agent is actually based on a completely new model called CUA, which stands for Computer Using Agent. So this agent, unlike standard GPT models, wasn't trained to just output text. You like write a prompt and expect an output in the text format. Instead of that, it can go beyond it. This agent was actually trained to output mouse and keyboard clicks, which is exactly what makes this agent so powerful in your browser. But not only that, it can also reason about every single action. This is also something that we haven't seen before. This agent doesn't just perform actions in your browser, it actually reasons about every single step and what it should do next. Just like we discussed before about the generic overview of generative AI agents, same as the OpenAI operator here. It takes the step based on the environment, and also it will give you a particular reason for which or based on which it took a certain action, and it also asks you what to do next. Let's say if you want to book a ticket, it'll navigate to all the websites. It can go through some better flight options for you. Let's say the low cost ones, the low hours of flight ones, and best timings, and then finally selects the best one for you based on your recommendations and asks you if it should proceed with booking or not. So that's how it works. Now, of course, there are some limitations as well. The first limitation is it has still a lower bit of accuracy. It's really high compared to other projects that we have seen in the past where people just prompt GPT models to perform actions in the browser that can browse web using GPT-4o vision capabilities, but it often struggles with other models. So whenever there was a model on a web page, like some other random model available working readily on a web page, it would just accidentally pop up and it would not be able to do anything because it would just get confused. It would not be able to close it, and then basically you would have to get involved yourself and close this model manually. And the second limitation is high cost. Right now, this particular operator agent is only available on $200 plus plan. So we can probably guess it's going to be pretty expensive in the API. Also, I do think that if you are focusing on the right thing, then costs are not going to be an issue. Now, let's talk about the second agent that OpenAI deployed. Now, the second agent which was deployed by OpenAI is called as Deep Research. So this second agent released by OpenAI was trained to perform comprehensive research. It can search the web, it can pull up the necessary resources, and then it can compile all that information into a really comprehensive document or maybe a report as well. The groundbreaking thing about this agent is it's powered by the new O3 model. So again, similar to the operator agent, but it doesn't just search the web and provide you with the results. It actually reasons about every single source, and then it thinks about what other information it needs to find out next, and it's really incredibly powerful. Deep research doesn't just output the most average thing on the internet just like some other standard GPT models. It would compile novel insights. Now, let's move on to the real world applications. There are a wide variety of real world applications. First one is customer support AI agents, which helps you in automating help desk responses. Next, powerful AI assistants like co-pilots for professionals. Third one is research and analysis agents for data summarization, literature reviews, and many more. Fourth one is creative writing and content generation, automating social media posts, emails, etc. And lastly, AI-driven code assistants like GitHub Copilot, OpenAI Codex, and many more. Now, let's go through the next part, which is core components of these generative AI agents. Let's begin with the foundation models. So the foundation models are GPT-4, Dolly, and Whisper. GPT-4 for natural language processing, Dolly for image generation, and Whisper for speech to text conversion. The next one would be prompt engineering and context handling. So here, designing effective prompts for AI agents to generate relevant responses, using few shot and zero shot learning for adaptability, and lastly, implementing context-aware AI agents that remember past interactions from the user. Now, next would be the memory and long-term context storage. AI agents typically process short-term prompts, but memory-based approaches, for example, LangChain's memory module, enable long-term reasoning as well. Now, storing and retrieving user-specific data for personal responses is also one of the priority. Next will be the tool use and API integrations. Using external API to fetch real-time data, for example, weather, stock prices, news, etc., and integrating databases for structured information retrieval. And proceeding further, we have autonomous decision making. AI agents evaluate multiple options before making a decision. Planning and reasoning techniques to enhance responses is a priority for them. Proceeding ahead, we will discuss how generative AI agents work. Starting with the first step, input processing and context awareness. AI agents analyze user input, detect intent, and extract entities. For example, in a travel booking AI agent, it identifies destination, date, and budget from user queries. Just like the example we discussed before, right? You provide the point A and point B, the best time for you to fly, and the best number of hours that you focus on flying, and lastly, the destination, right? All these things will be evaluated in real time. The cost, the number of hours, the flight, the options provided, the amenities provided on the flight, and all those things, and also budget as well. And based on that, they take a decision. Now proceeding ahead, generating intelligent responses. So here, RAG, or also known as Retrieval Augmented Generation. AI searches external databases for responding. Next, we have chain of thoughts reasoning, or also known as COT reasoning, and AI breaks down problems into fine steps. And last step is fine-tuning the models, custom trained AI for specific industries. For example, if you're preparing an AI agent for a dedicated sector like healthcare, legal, customer support, based on that, you will fine-tune your AI agent or model. Now, next is decision trees and multi-step reasoning. AI can simulate a thought process, breaking down complex questions into manageable steps. For example, whenever you open DeepSeek or whenever you open OpenAI ChatGPT for the most premium version, you will write a prompt and there will be an option called Think, right? If you just click on that, it will explain you the thought process it is going through and how is it planning on giving a reason for you, right? And followed by that, we have handling uncertainty and error correction. AI self-corrects through confidence scoring and human feedback loops. Last step in this particular stage is fine-tuning and reinforcement learning, or also known as RLHF. Human in the loop training to improve responses, and AI learns from real world interactions and adapts over time. So it's basically called overtime learning, where it adapts to the real world environment and learns things and provides the best feasible solution. Now, the next stage is architecture and deployment of AI agents. So, in the first one, we have standalone versus multi agent systems. So, firstly, the standalone AI agents. They perform tasks independently. For example, ChatGPT. Multi-agent systems, on the other hand, work together to achieve complex tasks. For example, one agent for summarization, another for execution. Now, next in this particular stage is agent orchestrator model. A central AI agent coordinates multiple AI sub-agents. For example, in an AI-powered research assistant, one agent gathers all the data that is required, the second agent summarizes all the information collected, and the third agent formats the output. Followed by that, we have cloud-based AI agents and edge-based AI agents. Cloud-based AI agents compute, for example, OpenAI API, Azure AI, and edge-based AI agents run on local devices for faster processing. For example, Tesla's AI in self-driving cars. Followed by that, we have using APIs to build AI agents. OpenAI's API for GPT-4 powered by AI agents, LangChain framework for AI agent orchestration, and Llama Index for document-based AI agents. The next stage, we will discuss about enhancing AI agents with external tools. In that, the first step is integrating with databases. AI agents can query SQL and non-SQL query databases for structured data retrieval. Proceeding ahead, we have connecting with web scrapers and APIs. AI agents can fetch real-time data using tools like Beautiful Soup, Scrappy, and OpenAI plugins. Next ahead, using vector databases for context recall. FAISS ChromaDB store long-term memory for AI agents. For example, legal AI agents retrieve case law from vector embeddings. Lastly, we have autonomous agents and workflows. AutoGPT and Baby AGI are best examples. These AI agents that self-improve by learning from previous tasks, and True AI, which is a set of multiple AI agents collaborating to solve a complex problem. Now, the main part, challenges and limitations of generative AI agents. In that, the first one will be the ethical considerations. AI bias and fairness concerns are the primary ones. Addressing AI hallucinations, which is false information generation, and then we have computational cost and efficiency, which is a major concern amongst all the industries. Large AI models require significant computational power. Strategies to optimize AI agent efficiency will also considered to be expensive to hire many training models or also human programmers. Followed by that, we have security risks and data privacy. Risk of data leaks or data breaches and AI jailbreaking is one of the highest security threat. Implementing secure AI architecture is one of the primary solutions that you need to focus on. And lastly, we have legal and compliance issues. This would majorly be concerned from the enterprise level. GDPR, HIPAA, and AI regulations compliance is mandatory, and AI liability in decision making is also important. And now, the last stage of today's discussion, which is future trends and advancements in AI agents. Starting with the first one, AI agents with emotional intelligence are also known as affective AI. AI is capable of detecting emotions and adapting responses accordingly. For example, if you have designed a therapeutic AI chatbot for mental health. Now, the next one, self-improving AI systems. So meta learning and auto ML are a few examples. AI agents that learn from new data autonomously, for example, AI adjusting marketing campaigns based on customer responses. And now the next one, AGI and roadmap to superintelligence. Well, this always ends up with question. Will AI agents evolve into AGI, or also known as artificial general intelligence? And are the implications of self-learning AI real? This is the major question. And lastly, the role of AI agents in the future of work. Now we can see there are a lot of AI agents like Copilot which will assist humans in their day-to-day tasks, whether it is business, healthcare, or education. And also, you have a lot of automation and transformation happening in the IT industry, which will reduce the work hours and stress on the employees by automating all those mundane tasks by the help of Copilots, also the generative AI agents.
Ever use ChatGPT to write an email or Midjourney to generate images? That's generative AI. But what if I told you there's another kind of AI that can plan, act, and learn all by itself? Like a virtual assistant that doesn't wait for your command. That's agentic AI. And it's not a science fiction, it's already here. Alright, so here's what we are covering in this video. What exactly GenAI is and why is it great for creating things like text, images, and code. What makes agentic AI different, how it takes action and works on its own. The key differences between the two in the very simple way. Real world examples you'll actually relate to and how these two AIs can work together to shape the future. And by the end, you'll understand what each type of AI actually does, how they're changing the world in very different ways, when to use which one, and why it matters to your future. So let's get started. So first, let's understand what is generative AI. Now imagine you're working with a really smart artist who can paint, write, compose music, or even code for you, but only if you tell them exactly what to do. Now that's called generative AI. It will wait for your input. Let's say you type a prompt like write me a story about a detective squirrel in New York, and boom, it writes it. Why? Because it's trained on huge data sets and it uses pattern. It has learned to generate new content, that is text, images, music, or even the videos. Let's look at some popular tools. So first up, we've got this ChatGPT, which is best for text, and I'm pretty sure you guys must be using this tool now. Next up, we've got this DALL-E and Midjourney, which is great for creating images. And then we've got GitHub Copilot, which is great for coding. Now, let's suppose you can think of it like a chef who can cook anything you describe, but won't cook anything unless you ask them to. Next, we'll understand what is agentic AI and how is it different to generative AI. Now, imagine a personal assistant who not only listens to your goals, but also figures out the best way to reach them step by step, even when things change. Now that's called agentic AI. Now, unlike generative AI, it's proactive. That is, it's not reactive. It starts with a goal and it perceives the environment, it reasons through the problem, it takes the action and it learns from the result. Then it repeats the cycle just like a human would. Let's look at a real world example. Now give it a go like buy me the cheapest new iPhone online and it will search multiple platforms to find that one cheapest iPhone online. It will track the price drop. It will compare the delivery options and then it will check out all by itself. You can think of self-driving cars, smart robots in warehouses, or even a smart home managing your energy use across devices. Now, we'll look at some key differences between agentic AI and generative AI. So, first we'll be comparing the main feature, the main function of generative AI, that is it creates content, whereas an agentic AI will help in achieving that goal. Now, the nature of a generative AI is reactive. That is, it will wait for the input. So for this, you need to actually give any prompt input to that AI and then it will create until and unless you don't command it to do. Whereas agentic AI is proactive. That is, it will act on its own. You don't have to give it a input or a command or a prompt to start doing the action. It will start creating on its own. Now, third is the scope. Now, generative AI looks for some narrow task, one output at a time, whereas an agentic AI includes multi-step evolving task. Now, the human role of generative AI is always guiding. That is, you need to give a proper guidance to follow the steps. Then, in case of agentic AI, it has got minimal involvement. You don't have to actually guide throughout. You just have to train the model once and it will do all the tasks for you. Then we've got the learning style. Now, as we know that generative AI is all pattern based, the learning style of generative AI is pattern based. Whereas in case of agentic AI, it's goal oriented and it is context aware. Now, let me give you an analogy recap. A generative AI is like a painter who needs instruction, whereas an agentic AI is like a personal assistant who plans your week without being told every step. I hope now you get a proper difference between an agentic AI and a generative AI. Let's move on to our next topic, which is the real world use cases you will actually see between generative AI and agentic AI. So first, we'll start with generative AI. Now, as we know, this is a creator, the artist, the writer, the designer, as well as the coder. Now, the first example, the real world use cases which you will see is in content creation. Ever read a blog post or email and thought, wow, that sounds too perfect to be written by a human? That's probably generative AI. Now it helps marketers and creators write newsletter, blog articles, product descriptions, even YouTube scripts like this one. And it's fast, consistent, and can write in different tones and styles. Then it also helps in product designing. In fashion and UX design, tools powered by GenAI can generate clothing styles or app interfaces based on market trends and user preferences. Let's say you're a fashion brand and you can feed it customer data and it will churn out the design ideas, that too in minutes. Then we've got personalized marketing. Have you ever seen an ad that feels weirdly specific to you? Of course, that's not a coincidence. That's generative AI, which can personalize product suggestions. It can also write custom ad copies and optimize entire campaigns based on your online behavior. Then we've got customer chatbots. Now, this chatbot on a website that sounds super friendly and helpful, you must be seeing a lot of customer chatbots in in any application which you use. Yes, that's generative AI generating real-time responses to your queries like refund requests, shipping updates, or basic FAQs. It also helps in programming assistant. Now, tools like GitHub Copilot can use generative AI models to help developers write code. You type a comment like "saw this list alphabetically" and boom, it will write the function for you. It's like autocomplete, but for entire block of code. Now let's switch gears to agentic AI. Now this one doesn't just create, it will act, it monitors and it decides and also learn. First up, it is helping in healthcare monitoring. Now, companies like Propeller Health are using agentic AI in smart inhalers. Now, these devices will track your breathing patterns, it will detect air quality, and automatically it will alert the doctors if something is off without you lifting a finger. It's like having a silent guardian watching your health in real time. Then it helps in logistic and delivery. Let's say you're running a delivery service. In this case, agentic AI system can monitor live traffic, weather and road conditions, and it can instantly reroute drivers to avoid delays. Now this saves a lot of fuel, time and money all without human intervention. Then we've got in cybersecurity. Now, agentic AI can detect unusual network activity. It can analyze the threat and automatically trigger action to contain it before a human even knows something is wrong. That's like an AI-powered security guard that never sleeps. Then it helps in urban planning. City planners are starting to use this agentic AI to monitor the traffic flow in real time. You can imagine cameras and sensors feeding data to an AI that can adjust traffic lights, open new routes, or even trigger emergency responses on the fly. That's smart cities in action. In fintech, agentic AI can analyze market 24 by 7 and adjust your investment portfolio based on real-time changes. So here's a key takeaway. Generative AI is amazing at creating, but agentic AI shines when it comes to doing. And the real magic is they're not mutually exclusive. So you'll often see both working together like a brain and a body, creating intelligent, action-driven system that can change how we live and how we work. Now, this is where things really start to get interesting. You see, generative AI and agentic AI aren't rivals. In fact, When they work together, they can create something truly next level. Think of it like a dream team, one's the creative brain and the other is the strategic executor. Let me show you what I mean by this. Now imagine you're creating a building or smart customer support assistant for your business. Now in this case, Agentic AI is the one steering the wheel. It will make the decision on what to do next, maybe even pulls up the records or schedules a refund. It's the engine running the whole machine. But when it's time to actually talk to the customer, here will enter the generative AI. Now, what does generative AI do is it will step into craft and personalize polite, human like responses, turning dry data into a very warm conversation. So, the agent handles the logic, actions, and the generator handles the word and the tone. Or picture a robot chef in a futuristic kitchen. Agentic AI is doing all the real time work, checking the pasta is better, managing timeliners, and adjusting the stove's heat, flipping pancakes at just the right time. Meanwhile, generative AI, it's the one coming up with new recipes you never thought of. Based on your mood, ingredients in the fridge, or even trending dishes online it creates. Together, this combo isn't just smart, it's intelligent and creative. They solve problems, take action, and do all with the human touch. And that's the future of AI. Not just systems they can talk to or act, but systems they can think, create, and do all at once. Now let's see why does it actually matters. Understanding the difference between generating and acting helps you choose the right AI tools for the job, opportunities for your career or businesses, and navigate the ethical implications of autonomy, like who's responsible if they mess up. So, whether you're a techie, a marketer, or a curious learner, knowing how these AI work can future proof your skills and decisions. Just a quick information, guys. If you're interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning is the perfect opportunity for you. Offered in collaboration with the Genai Academy, this 11-month live and interactive program provide hand-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like generative AI, machine learning, tools like ChatGPT, and even Hugging Face. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comment. Finally, let's talk about the future of AI. What does AI holds in the future? Well, the future isn't one or the other, it's both. We'll soon see hybrid AIs that can create solutions using generative AI, execute them using agentic AI. Now imagine an AI that writes your business plan and launches your first product autonomously. But with great power comes great responsibility. We must ensure these tools are transparent, ethical, aligned with human values. And that's where learners like you come in. So guys, stay curious and stay aware. You can like, subscribe, and check out the full tutorials on Simplilearn to dive deeper. The AI future is here now and it's both creative and capable.
Are you feeling like every other video, article, or tweet you see these days is about generative AI? You're not wrong. It's the tech world's current obsession. But instead of just nodding along, wondering what it all means, what if we could actually master it? In this video, we are cutting through the hype, giving you a practical step you need to truly understand. I will be breaking down the entire journey into manageable phases from fundamental knowledge to building your own Gen AI projects. Before we begin, let me tell you what generative AI or Gen AI means. As the name suggests, it is generating data. It's a technology where it uses existing data for creating new ones. It might be in the form of text, images, audio, video, code, or even 3D models. For better understanding, I will be dividing the entire roadmap into 4 phases plus one additional phase as a bonus phase for you to excel in this field. Phase 1 is all about laying the foundation, which includes the basics of AI and machine learning. Think of artificial intelligence as making computers smart enough to do things which people can do. Machine learning is just one of the ways to do it, allowing computers to learn from example instead of being told exactly what to do. It's a learning by seeing and doing it, not just by a rule book. There are three main types of machine learning: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning is where the computers learn with correct answers, whereas unsupervised learning involves finding patterns on its own, and reinforcement learning is about learning through rewards. You will need Python too. Key tools include NumPy for numerical operations, Pandas for organizing data, and Matplotlib and Seaborn for data visualization. These help you to work with and understand data. You need to understand data preparation, which involves cleaning and organizing data. Also, learn about the feature engineering, which is the process of selecting important parts of the data of the model. Gen AI uses deep learning. You can think of deep learning as a computer network with many layers. Understand the basic idea of how these networks learn from data. This is the key for understanding more complex Gen AI models. Moving on to phase 2, where you can start exploring the Gen AI models. Some of Gen AI models include GANs, which are two networks competing, one making fake data and other tries to spot it. This model works well for creating realistic outputs. The second model is VAEs. This model learns a hidden representation of data to create new or similar data. The next model is transformers, which are excellent at understanding context in sequence like text, audio, and even images using attention. The last model is diffusion model, which can create high quality data by reversing a noising process. This model is very popular for images. Apart from Gen AI models, you need to cover text generation model, which falls under natural language processing, which is NLP. These models power text creation from writing articles to translating languages. And lastly, you will cover image generation using GANs and diffusion models. In phase 3, we will focus on developing our practical skills. You can start with small projects such as generating basic images or text with small datasets. Do experiment and learn the workflow. Join platforms like Hugging Face, Reddit, Stack Overflow, and Kaggle forums to ask questions and learn from others. To showcase your work, you can use GitHub to share your projects and code. Phase 4 is truly about staying ahead. Gen AI is always changing, so you need to be aware of it. New architectures are constantly being built, so briefly be aware that more advanced models are continuously being developed beyond the basics that we have covered. I would also recommend learning about deploying models on cloud platforms like AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure, which will be useful for larger projects. Additionally, you can read research papers, follow tech experts online, whether on Twitter or LinkedIn, and stay curious about this field. Continuous learning is the key in this field. Now that you have built a strong foundation in generative AI, phase 5 is all about mastering the future of technology. A certification course provides formal validation of specialized knowledge and skills, making individuals stand out to employees and demonstrating a commitment to professional development. This recognition often leads to enhanced credibility that improves career opportunities with specific field. Wondering which certification to go with? Don't worry, I've got you covered here as well. There are so many certificate courses available, but I would strongly suggest you to check on Applied Generative AI Specialization course by Simplilearn in partnership with Purdue University and Microsoft. This will be a 16-week course which will give you hands-on learning experience on building AI and Agentic AI apps through hands-on industry-relevant projects. You will also learn popular Gen AI tools, which includes gaining in exposure to Copilot, LangChain, Hugging Face, Azure AI Studio, OpenAI, and other tools. Additionally to this, you will provide a certificate from Purdue University and course completion certificate from Microsoft. Hurry and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. That's your roadmap to understanding generative AI. Start with the basics and get practical experience and never stop learning. The power of Gen AI is within your reach.
Imagine you are managing a global supply chain company, and where you have to handle orders, shipments, and demand forecasting. But unexpected issues arises where sudden shortages like transport delays and the changes in demand. So instead of relying on manual adjustments, what if an AI agent could handle everything automatically? This AI wouldn't just suggest actions, it would decide, execute, and continuously improve its strategies. That's the power of Agentic AI. With that said, guys, I welcome you all on our today's tutorial on what is Agentic AI. Now, before we move on, just a quick info, guys. Simplilearn has got advanced executive program in applied generative AI with 2-day immersion at IIT Madras campus. You'll be getting certificate from IITM Pravartak, masterclasses by IITM, and top IIT's faculty and alumni. So guys, hurry up now and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. Now, let us start with understanding first the first wave of artificial intelligence, which was predictive analytics, or we could say data analytics and forecasting. What exactly happened? Predictive AI focused more on analyzing the historical data, identifying the patterns, and making forecasts about the future events. And these models do not generate any new content, but instead it was predicting outcomes based on the statistical models and machine learning. Now, technically how it used to work? So basically what we had, we used to take, suppose this is the ML model, okay? So this is taking a structured data, which could be suppose any past user activity, or it could be a transaction record, or any sensor reading. For example, you can consider, say, Netflix users' watch history, okay? It could be any movie genre, watch time, and the user rating. So now, after this, what we were basically doing is, we were doing the feature engineering or pre-processing, okay? Now, in the feature engineering process, we were extracting key features like user watch time trends, preferred genres, and watch frequency. And we could also apply scaling, normalization, and encoding techniques to basically make data more usable for the ML model. Then, we were using the ML models. Suppose it could be a time series forecasting models like ARIMA, LSTM, and all those given algorithms, which was basically predicting the future movie preferences based on the historical data. And in the output, guys, Netflix AI recommends new shows or movie based on the similar user patterns. So this is how exactly the Netflix model was working, incorporating the machine learning model. So this was exactly the first wave of AI. Now, let us discuss about the second wave of AI. Now, if I discuss about the second wave, which was basically content creation and use of conversational AI. So, LLM models like ChatGPT became very much popular during the second wave of artificial intelligence. So what exactly was happening? Generative AI was taking input data and it was producing new content, such as text, images, videos, or even code. And these models learn from patterns in large data sets, and it was generating human-like outputs. Now, let us understand how exactly this technology was working. So basically, first, there was a data input, okay? So basically, any prompt from the user. So suppose in the GPT, okay? So I'll just open GPT all over here and say suppose we are giving any new prompt, say such as write an article on AI, okay? So this was our given prompt. And after this, what exactly was happening was tokenization and pre-processing. So the input text, suppose which I have written all over here, write an article on AI. So this text was basically split into smaller parts. For example, you could consider certain thing like this. So here you have write as one, and as next. And similarly, you could carry on, for the other words. Then what exactly used to happen that these words were, converted into word embeddings, means the numerical vectors representing words in a higher dimensional space. And then we used to perform neural network processing. So here the LLM processes input such as attention mechanisms, okay, or using these models like GPT-4, BERT, and Llama. And with the help of self-attention layers, they were understanding the context and they were predicting the next word. Okay. Now, as a result, you were getting output certain thing like this. So, which was basically a generative AI phase. So this was, guys, our second evolution of AI. Now, if I talk about our third wave, so it is basically agentic AI or autonomous AI agent. Now, what is this, guys? So the agentic AI actually goes beyond text generation. So it integrates decision making, action execution, and autonomous learning. These AI systems don't just respond to prompts, but they also independently plan, execute, and optimize the processes. So you could understand something like this. So here the first step was the user input or receiving any goal. So user provides any high level instruction. For example, it could be like, say, optimize warehouse shipments for maximum efficiency. It could something be like that. And unlike generative AI, which would generate text, agentic AI executes real world actions. After this, suppose the prompt that we have given, like optimize warehouse shipments for maximum efficiency, then the next step would have been querying the databases. The AI would pull the real-time data from multiple sources. So it could be traditional database like SQL or NoSQL, where we are fetching inventory levels or shipment history. Then it could be a vector database from where it is receiving some unstructured data like past customer complaints and all those things. Then with the help of external APIs, it is connecting to like forecasting services or fuel price APIs or supplier ERP systems, and these things are like present with this respect. Then the third step was the LLM decision making. Now, after querying the database, the AI agent processes data through the LLM based reasoning engine. Example like decision rules applied, like suppose if inventory is low, then it could automate supplier restocking orders. Like if shipment cost is increasing, then it is rerouting shipments through cheaper vendors. And suppose also if weather condition impacts the route, then it is adjusting the delivery schedules. Now you can understand how agentic AI is behaving all over here in the decision-making process. Now, next step would be action execution via APIs. So AI is executing tasks without human intervention. It is triggering an API call to reorder a stock from a supplier or update the warehouse robot workflows to prioritize fast-moving products, or even send emails and notifications to logistic partners and about the changes, what is going to be happen. And after this, finally, it is continuously learning, which is a data flywheel all over here. Okay, the AI is monitoring the effectiveness of its action, like it was restocking efficient or did routing shipments, reduce the cost and all. So it is monitoring the effectiveness of the action it has taken. And the data flywheel is continuously improving the future decisions. So basically it is using reinforcement learning and fine-tuning to optimize its logic. Okay. Now let's have a just quick recap about the comparison of all these three waves of AI. So basically, predictive AI's main focus was on forecasting the trends. Okay. While generative AI was creating the content, and agentic AI on the other hand, which is at the final step right now, is making decision and taking action. So you could see how the evolution happened of AI in all these stages. And if you understand about the learning approach, then predictive AI was basically analyzing the historical data, while generative AI was learning from the patterns like using text, image generation. Okay, but agentic AI is basically using the reinforcement learning or the self-learning to improve its learning approach. Now, if we just look at the user involvement in predictive AI, so human is asking for the forecast and all. Here, human is giving the prompts, but in the agentic AI, the prompts or the intervention of human input has become very much minimal. If you could understand the technology, like basically predictive AI was using machine learning, time series analytics, so these kind of algorithms they were using. Generative AI was using transformers like GPT, Llama, BERT, and all those things. Now, agentic AI is doing what, guys? It is using LLM plus APIs plus autonomous execution. So we have discussed how this workflow is, in a short way, how it is working. And moving ahead, we are also going to discuss through an example how exactly all these steps like agentic AI is working. So based on the example, you could understand like predictive AI, Netflix recommendation model which they have on their system. And similarly, if we talk about generative AI, then you could understand about ChatGPT, writing articles and all those things. And agentic AI, we could imagine like how AI, if incorporated in supply chains, how things are working out. So guys, I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding the three waves of AI. Now let us move ahead and understand about what is the exact difference between generative AI and agentic AI. Now guys, let us understand the difference between generative AI and agentic AI. So let us first, deep dive into what exactly is a generative AI. Okay. So as you can see all over here that generative AI models generally are taking input query, okay, and they are processing it using LLM or large language model and basically returning a static response without taking any further action. So in this case, for example, a chatbot like ChatGPT, it is taking the input from the user. So as I've shown you earlier that suppose I've given an input like write a blog post on AI in healthcare. So when I have written this given user input or given the query, so when it goes to the large language model, these model is actually tokenizing all these input query, and it is retrieving the relevant knowledge from its training data, and it generates text based on the patterns. Now we give the prompt, then LLM processes it, okay, and then we are getting the given output. So now this is basically how generative AI is working. So you could see all over here we have GPT model, we have DALI, we have Codex. So these are some of the amazing generative AI models. Okay. Now let us discuss a bit about DALI, which is actually a realistic image generation Gen AI. So like DALI is described as the realistic image generation model by the OpenAI, and this actually is a part of generative AI category alongside with GPT, which is basically for human-like language creation purposes. This model was created, and you could have also Codex for it could be used for advanced code generation purposes. So let us discuss a bit about DALI. So DALI is like a deep learning model, basically, which is designed to generate realistic images from the text prompt. And it can create highly detailed and creative visuals based on descriptions provided by the users. So some of the aspects of DALI, like you could have all over here, like text to image generation, where users can input text prompts and DALI can generate unique images based on those description. The images generated by DALI are highly realistic and creative. Okay, and it can generate photorealistic images, artistic illustration, and even surreal or imaginative visuals. We will also have customization and variability, where it is allowing variation of an image edits based on text instruction and multiple style. So this is also part of a generative AI model, and this tool is actually playing a very amazing role. So I will show you one example like how generative AI is actually working in the image generation purposes. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have opened this generative AI tool called DALI. Let us give a prompt to DALI and let's see how the image is generated. So let's say we want a futuristic city at sunset filled with neon skyscraper. So you have flying cars and holographic billboards. The streets are bustling with humanoid robots, and we can have people wearing let's just say high-tech, let's include some technology. Okay, now let us see how DALI is trying to create an image. So this is how actually generative AI is working. So let us wait for a few seconds as the output comes up. Now you can see all over here that this image which is generated, basically this is generated by AI, and you could see based on our prompt, it has given like the kind of the input we gave, and we got the output based on this. Now, so this is one of the amazing Gen AI tool. We could explore this, guys. Okay. Now, guys, let us discuss about agentic AI or autonomous decision making and action execution. So you can see this diagram all over here. So agentic AI, like unlike the generative AI, it is not generating responses, but it is also executing a task autonomously based on the given query. For example, like if we take AI in managing a warehouse inventory, okay. Suppose we want to optimize the warehouse shipment for the next quarter. So here what is going to happen? So first the agent is going to receive its goal all over here, okay. And this AI agent is going to query the external data sources. So it could, for example, it could be your inventory databases or logistics API, and then it retrieves real-time inventory levels and it demands the given forecast. Okay, now at here it is going to make the autonomous discussions, and the kind of output we are going to get will be kept in observation by this agent. Okay, so basically it is going to analyze the current warehouse stock, predict demand for the next quarter, check the supplier's availability, and automate the restocking if inventory is below the given threshold. So for example, you could imagine, suppose based on the output what we are going to get all over here. So based on this output, we could get certain thing like this, like say current inventory level, like say 75% capacity. Okay, then it could have also other thing like say demand forecasts, say 30% increase in expected in quarter 2, and also it is going to go say reordering initiated. So this is the output what we are going to get based on the supply chain management example what we are trying to get. So as we have seen in generative AI, user is giving the input, okay, prompt, then it is using an LLM model to generate the given output. But agentic AI is doing what, guys? It is going to take action beyond just generating a text. So in this scenario, it is querying the inventory databases, it is automating the purchase order, it is going to select the optimal shipping providers, which could be suitable for the given company. It is going to continuously refine the strategies based on the real-time feedback. So guys, let's recap once more. So if we talk about the function base, then GenAI is more concerned with producing a written content or a visual content, okay? And even it can code from the pre-existing input. But if we talk about agentic AI, guys, it is actually, it's all about decision making, taking actions towards a specific goal, and it is focused on achieving the objectives by interacting with the environment and making the autonomous decision. GenAI is exactly relying on the existing data to predict and generate content based on, say, patterns it has learned during its training phase. But it does not adapt or evolve from its experiences. Whereas if I talk about agentic AI, it is adaptive. So it is learning from its actions and experiences. It is improving over time by analyzing the feedback, adjusting its behavior to meet objectives more effectively. With the help of GenAI, human input is essential to the prompt, so that, basically with the help of that, it could go into the LLM model and it could generate the given, output based on your prompt. Once you set up the agentic AI, it requires like minimum human involvement. It operates autonomously, making decisions and adapting to changes like without continuous human guidance. And it can even learn in real time. So that's what the beauty of agentic AI is. So we have given one example of Gen AI, like basically giving prompt to the ChatGPT or DALL-E, okay? And agentic AI, one example could be your supply chain management system. Now, let us deep dive into understanding the technical aspects of how agentic AI is exactly working. Now, guys, let us try to understand how agentic AI is exactly working. So there is actually a 4-step process of how agentic AI exactly works. So the first step is perceiving, where basically what we are doing is we are gathering and processing information from databases, sensors, and digital environments. And also the next step is reasoning. So with the help of large language model as a decision-making engine, it is generating the solutions. If we talk about the third step, which is acting, so it is integrating with external tools and softwares to autonomously execute the given task. And finally, it is learning continuously to improve through the feedback loop, which is also known as the data flywheel. Okay. Now, let us explore each of the steps one by one and let us try to understand. So if we talk about perceiving, okay, so this is actually the first step where agentic AI is actually stepping up. So it is doing the perception, where what exactly is happening, guys, that AI is collecting data from multiple sources. So this data could be from database, okay, like your traditional and vector databases, okay. So it could be GraphQL, like vector database means the same. And if we talk about other from data, it could be from APIs, like it is fetching real-time information from external systems. It is basically taking data from the IoT sensors, like for real-world applications like robotics and logistics. And also it could take data from the user inputs also, like it could be text command, voice commands, or a chatbot interaction. Now, how it is exactly working, guys? So basically, let us recollect everything technically and let us see how this is happening. So the first step which is going in perceiving is the data extraction, where exactly the AI agent queries the structured databases like SQL or NoSQL for relevant records. It is also using vector databases to retrieve any semantic data for context-aware responses, like it could be any complaints written, it is trying to find out. Okay, so next, after it has got the data extraction, it goes for feature extraction and pre-processing, where AI is filtering the relevant features from the raw data. For example, like a fraud detection AI is scanning the transaction log for anomalies. The third thing, it is entity recognition and object detection. So AI uses basically computer vision to detect objects and images, and then it is applying the named entity recognition. This is a technique, okay, to extract the critical terms from the given text also. So we have three step-by-step process which is happening in perceiving. The first one is data extraction. Second one is feature extraction and pre-processing. The third one is like entity recognition and object detection. So let us take a very simple example, like AI-based customer support system. So if we consider an agentic AI assistant like for a customer service, so say a customer is asking, where is my order? So the AI queries multiple databases all over here. Suppose it is going to query the e-commerce order database to retrieve the order status, or it could go to the logistics API to track the real-time shipment location. Also, it could go for customer interaction history to provide personalized response. The result what we get all over here is that the AI is fetching the tracking details, identifying any delays if it is happening, and suggesting the best course of action. Now, the next step is reasoning. Okay. Now, AI's understanding and decision making and problem solving is making agentic AI way greater. So here, what is exactly happening? Like once the AI has perceived the data, now it should start reasoning it. Okay, so the LLM model acts as a reasoning engine, orchestrating AI processes and integrating with specialized models for various functions. So if we talk about the key components like here used in the reasoning, it could be LLM based decision making. So AI agents could use models like LLMs like GPT-4, Cloud, Llama to interpret a user intent and generate a response. It is basically coordinating with smaller AI models for domain-specific tasks, like it could be like financial prediction or medical diagnostics. So these could be, the given example. Then it is using retrieval augmented generation or RAG model, okay, with the help of which AI is enhancing the accuracy, by retrieving any proprietary data from the company's databases. For example, like instead of relying on GPT-4's knowledge, the AI can fetch company-specific policies to generate the accurate answers. So this could be the one. And in the reasoning, the final step is AI workflow and planning. So it is a multi-step reasoning where AI is breaking down complex tasks into logical steps. For example, like if asked to automate a financial report, AI is retrieving the transaction data, analyzing the trend, and it is formatting the results. Also, for example, you could use this in supply chain management. So suppose, consider there is a logistics company which is using the agentic AI to optimize what could be the shipping routes. So a supply chain manager requesting the AI agent to find the best shipping route to reduce the delivery cost. So the AI processes real-time fuel prices, traffic conditions, and weather report. So using LLM plus data retrieval, it finds out the optimized routes and selects the cheapest carrier. Result you get is that AI chooses the best delivery option. So here the cost is reduced and improving efficiency. So this is one of the use cases, guys. So after perceiving you get his reasoning. Okay. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the third step, which is act. So in this step, basically what is happening, like AI is taking autonomous actions. So unlike generative AI, which stops at generating content, so agentic AI takes the real world action. Okay. How AI is executing tasks autonomously, guys? So basically first step is like here the integration with APIs and software could be happen, where AI can send automated API calls to the business systems. For example, like reordering the stock from the supplier's API. So suppose any inventory level is going down, so it could, reorder that particular stock from the supplier's API. So it is interacting with the given API. Now it could also automate the workflows, like AI executes multi-step workflows without human supervision. So here, like AI can handle like insurance claims by verifying the documents, checking policies, and approving the payouts. And finally, AI could operate within predefined business rules, okay, to prevent any unauthorized actions also. So ethical AI is basically being worked in this direction. For example, like AI can automatically process claims up to say 10,000 US dollars, but it is requiring the human approval for the higher amounts. So based on, insurance and policy making stuff, so agentic AI could be, really helpful in this scenario. One example, like let's consider. So let's say we have this agentic AI managing an IT support system. So suppose a user says my email server is down. So the AI can diagnose the issue, restart the server, and confirms the given resolution. Now, if it is unresolved, then AI escalates to a human technician. Then it results into AI is fixing the issues autonomously, reducing the downtime. Okay. So this is where your action or act is coming up into the picture. Now, if we go on to the next and the final step, which is learning. So learning basically with the help of data flywheel, it is continuously learning. Okay. So this is the feedback loop all over here, which is the data flywheel. So how AI learns over the time? If we ask this question, so what is exactly happening that it is interacting with the data collection? Suppose AI logs successful and failed actions. For example, like if users correct AI generated responses, the AI is learning from those corrections. Second thing, what you could do is you could you could fine tune the model and do reinforcement learning. So AI adjusts its decision making models, basically to improve future accuracy. It uses reinforcement learning basically to optimize workflows based on past performance. Okay. Now, third step could be automated data labeling and self-correction. So here, what is happening that AI is labeling and categorizing past interactions to refine its knowledge base. Example, like AI autonomously is updating frequently asked answers based on the recurring user queries. So in this way, AI is learning over the time. Example one you could consider, so say we have this AI is optimizing any financial fraud detection. So say this is consider that this is a bank which is AI powered, which has this AI powered fraud detection system. So AI is analyzing these financial transactions and it is detecting any suspicious activity. And if flagged, the transactions are false, and AI is learning to reduce these false alerts. So over the time, AI is improving the fraud detection accuracy, like minimizing disruptions for the customer. So in this way, AI is getting smarter over the time, like reducing the false alerts and also the financial fraud. So let's have a just quick recap of what we studied right now. So agentic AI works in 4 steps. The first step is perceiving, where AI is gathering data from databases, sensors, and APIs. The next step is reasoning. So it is using LLM to interpret tasks, applies logic, and generating the solution. The third step is acting. So here AI is integrating with external systems and automating the task. And finally, it is learning. So AI is improving over the time, via feedback loop, or which is basically called as data flywheel. So guys, now let us see this diagram and try to understand what this diagram is trying to say. So the first thing, you could see an AI agent all over here. So this is an AI agent, which is basically an autonomous system. So which has the capability of perceiving its environment, making decisions, and executing actions without any human intervention. Now, AI agent is acting as the central intelligence, okay, in this given diagram, and it interacts with the user, okay, and various other data sources. It processes input, queries databases, makes decision using a large language model. And it is executing action and it is learning from the given feedback. Now, the next step you could see the LLM model. So if we talk about LLMs, these are the large language model, which is kind of an advanced AI model trained on massive amount of text data to understand, generate, and reason over natural language. Now, if I talk about this LLM, so this is actually acting as the reasoning engine all over here. And it is interpreting the user inputs and making informed decision. It is also retrieving relevant data from the databases, generating responses. It can also coordinate with multiple AI models for different tasks, like it could be content generation, okay, predictions, or decision making. Now, when the user is asking a chatbot, like for example, let's say, what is my account balance? So the LLM processes the query, retrieves the relevant data, and responds the given bank balance accordingly. But now, if you look at the kind of database the LLM is interacting, so we have the traditional database and the vector database. So here, if I say the database, like AI agent basically is querying the structured database. So suppose structured database, like it could be a customer records or inventory data, or it could be any transactional log also. So traditional databases basically store well-defined, structured information. Okay. So for example, like when a bank AI assistant is processing a query like show my last 5 transactions, so it is basically fetching the information from a traditional SQL-based database. Next, we have this vector database also, guys. So vector database is a specialized kind of a database for storing unstructured data, which could be like text embeddings, images, or audio representations. So guys, like unlike traditional databases that store exact values, vector databases store in a high-dimensional mathematical space. It allows AI models to search semantically similar data instead of like exact matches. Now, AI is retrieving the contextual information from the vector databases, which is actually enhancing the decision making. It is improving the AI memory by allowing the system also to search for conceptually similar past interaction. Let's take an example to understand this. For example, we have discussed about a customer support chatbot. So suppose if it queries a vector database to find out similar past tickets, like when responding to a customer query. So a recommendation engine could use a vector database to find out similar products on a user's past preferences. So this could be done in that scenario. Also, some of the popular vector databases could be like Facebook's AI similarity search, Pinecone, or VV8. These are the certain amazing vector databases. Then you could see the next step is, after it has worked on these given data, it is performing the action. So the action component is referring where AI's agent has this ability to now execute tasks autonomously after the reasoning is done. So AI is integrating with external tools, APIs, or automation software to complete the given task. It does not provide only information, but it is actually, performing the given action. So for example, like in a customer support, the AI can automatically reset a user's password after verifying their identity. If we talk about in finance, then AI can approve a loan also, like based on the predefined eligibility criteria. Now, finally, we have the data flywheel. So data flywheel is a continuous feedback loop where AI is learning from the past interactions, refining its models, and it is always improving over the time. Now, every time like the AI is interacting with the data or taking an action or receiving a feedback, that information is fed into this model. So this is creating a self-improving AI system that is becoming smarter over the time. So the data flywheel is allowing AI to learn from every interaction, and AI is becoming more efficient by continuously optimizing responses and refining strategies. Best thing could be used in fraud detection. So in this, the AI is going to learn from the past fraud cases and it is going to detect new fraudulent patterns and more effectively. Chatbots also can learn from user feedback and improve the responses. And finally, you have the model customization, which is basically you are trying to fine-tune the AI models on specific business need or any industry requirement. So AI models are not static, like they can be adapted and optimized for a specific task. So custom fine-tuning is actually improving the accuracy and domain-specific application, like it could be finance, healthcare, or cybersecurity. So a financial institution, say, fine-tuning an LLM to generate an investment advice, okay, on the historical market trends. That could be one use case. Or in healthcare, if we discuss like the healthcare provider is fine-tuning then AI model to interpret the medical reports and recommend the treatments. So guys, based on the given diagram, you would have got a brief idea like how agentic AI is working. Now, if we discuss about the future of agentic AI, then guys, I would say it looks very much promising because it is keep improving itself and it is finding new ways to be useful. Like with better machine learning algorithms and smarter decision making, these AI systems will be more independent, handling complex tasks on their own. And believe me, in industries like healthcare, finance, customer service, they have already started to see how AI agents can make more impact and it could be more efficient from a personalization perspective, managing resources and many more other things. So as this system continue to learn and adapt, I think so they will be opening up even more possibilities, helping businesses grow, improving how we live and work. Now, I would say that in conclusion, that agentic AI is actually paving the way for new opportunities. Like unlike the older versions of AI, which was assisting with generating content or predicting the data, or responding to any queries, but agentic AI can perform techniques independently with minimal human effort. And agentic AI has become self-reliant in decision-making way, and it is making very big differences in industry like healthcare, logistics, customer services, which is enabling companies to be more efficient. As a result, it is providing better services to their clients.
Have you ever wondered how AI models can understand and process multiple types of inputs, like text, images, and audio simultaneously? Hello everyone, welcome to our deep dive into multimodal prompting, a transformative approach that's reshaping the landscape of artificial intelligence. My name is Basil Duklala, and in this video, we'll explore what multimodal prompting is, why it's essential, and how it's applied across various industries. Let's embark on this journey to uncover the future of AI together. Here's our agenda. Introduction to multimodal prompting. Evolution of prompting. Core concepts of multimodal prompting. Tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. Use cases and applications. Getting started with multimodal tools. And then we'll take a look into simple multimodal prompts in action. And we'll have a deep dive or step-by-step prompt building. Last but not least, we'll look into experimenting with different use cases. You might be wondering, what is multimodal prompting? Multimodal prompting is a technique that allows AI models to interpret and respond to input from more than one modality, like combining text, images, audio, or video. Instead of just reading text, the model can basically analyze visuals, sounds, or other forms of data to generate richer, more context-aware responses. It basically mimics how humans process information. Now, why it matters and where is it used? Multimodal prompting matters because the real world isn't just text-based. We live in a sensory-rich environment, and multimodal AI helps machines understand that. It's used in applications like image captioning, video analysis, interactive chatbots with visual context, and even healthcare diagnostics where images and notes are combined. In addition, multimodal prompting is very useful for content creation and recommendation. Let's talk about the evolution of prompting. Let's learn about the evolution of prompting, from text-only models to multimodal models. Prompting has evolved from simple text inputs to complex multimodal interactions. Today's models can understand and respond to combinations of text, images, audio, and more for deeper context. Prompting began with text-only models like GPT-2, which responded solely to written input. They basically leveraged NLP, which stands for Natural Language Processing. Over time, models evolved to process images, audio, and even video, giving rise to truly multimodal systems that can interpret and connect across different types of information. How models understand and process multiple input types. Modern multimodal models have specialized architectures, such as vision transformers, multimodal neural networks to process different inputs. They are also trained on paired data, like images with captions or videos with transcripts. These models learn how different modalities relate to each other, enabling them to take in multiple types of inputs and generate informed outputs that bridge those sensory channels. Cross-model attention helps models link relevant features across inputs, enhancing context and accuracy. At the core, these models use shared embedding spaces to map inputs like text and images into a common understanding. For example, a picture of a dog and the word dog are brought close together in this space, allowing the model to reason across formats in a unified way. Let's talk about core concepts of multimodal prompting. Modalities are different types of information we can give to AI, like text, pictures, sound, or video. They help the model understand things the way humans do, through multiple senses. These senses are text, with written language input like prompts or documents; image, visual content such as photos, charts, or drawings; audio, sound-based input like speech or music; and video, time-based visual and audio content combined. In unimodal prompting, the model receives one type of input, typically text. In contrast, multimodal prompting involves multiple types, like combining a question with an image or a diagram. So, input modalities include one or more types. This requires the model to integrate different streams of information and make connections between them. So let's recap the key difference between unimodal and multimodal prompting. First, we've got the input type. Unimodal prompting has one single type and typically is text. Multimodal prompting has multiple types, and it could be text, images, audio, etc. Second, context depth. Unimodal prompting is limited to one form of input. On the other hand, multimodal prompting is richer in context and has combined inputs. 3. Use cases. Unimodal prompting can only be used on text-based tasks, such as writing. Multimodal prompting can be used in multiple tasks and complex ones, like image analysis, and speech to text. 4. Understanding. Unimodal prompting is linear and it's language focused. Multimodal prompting, on the other hand, is cross-modal and human-like. Despite its potential, multimodal prompting comes with challenges. Models can misalign inputs, generate hallucinations, or be biased towards dominant modalities. Input format issues from the model misinterpreting poorly formatted inputs. 2. Limited modal support. Not all models handle every modality. 3. Ambiguity inputs. Unclear inputs can lead to inaccurate responses. 4. High computational load. Multiple modalities require more resources. There's also a lack of standard benchmarks, and combining training data from different formats can be resource intensive. Let's discuss tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. First, we've got one of the most popular generative AI tools ChatGPT, specifically ChatGPT with Vision. This version of ChatGPT can understand and analyze both text and images. It's useful for tasks like generating captions or answering questions about visual content. If you're not familiar with ChatGPT, it's basically an AI chatbot based on OpenAI's GPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer Models. It can understand and generate human-like text for tasks like writing, coding, summarizing, tutoring, and casual conversations. And now it has multimodal capability. It's widely used in education, business, and creative work. ChatGPT can handle multiple multimodal inputs by combining image recognition with text generation, allowing users to ask questions or generate text based on images. It processes the image and merges it with text for a complete response. The second next popular tool is Gemini by Google. Gemini is Google's family of advanced AI models designed to rival GPT. It's multimodal, meaning it can handle text, images, code, and other inputs. Gemini powers tools like Bard and Google Workspace AI, aiming to provide accurate, integrated assistance across Google's ecosystem. It helps with complex interactions like visual-based search and multimodal content generation. It's designed for broader, context-aware AI applications. It handles multimodal inputs very quickly and uses advanced fusion models to integrate text, image, and video inputs, understanding relationships between them for more context-aware responses and generation. Next, Claude is a conventional AI developed by Anthropic, focused on safety, helpfulness, and transparency. It's known for its thoughtful responses and is designed to be steerable and aligned with user intentions. It can also integrate text, images, and documents, allowing for in-depth analysis and interaction with various input formats. Claude is a strong competitor to ChatGPT and excels at tasks like PDF creation, Q&A, and content summarization. Claude also does a good job of breaking down each modality for text, images, and documents separately. It processes them and then combines them for tasks like document analysis or multi-source content generation. DALL-E by OpenAI is an AI model that generates high-quality images from text descriptions. It's known for its detailed, creative outputs and is integrated into ChatGPT's interface for users on the Plus plan. It basically accepts textual prompts and translates them into relevant images, seamlessly merging descriptive text with visual output for creative image generation. It's got a lot of tools that help you build a scene and will turn it into an image from realistic to fantastical. Let's talk about use cases and applications in multimodal prompting. We have users that can upload images, such as diagrams and charts, and then ask questions about them, with AI providing context-aware answers. Next, AI creates articles, social media posts, or marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. In terms of content generation applications, AI can create articles, social media posts, and marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. For product tagging, e-commerce platforms use images and descriptions to generate accurate product tags and recommendations. Multimodal prompting can also be effective for interactive education. AI helps in learning by analyzing images, videos, and text to provide interactive educational content. It's also useful for accessibility. It assists visually impaired users by converting visual content, such as photos and infographics, into descriptive text. Let's see how we can access and set up a basic multimodal prompting environment. First, choose a platform. You can sign up for access to platforms like ChatGPT or Gemini. Next, install required tools and install necessary libraries. Then, obtain API keys for the platform and configure your environment. Then, ensure inputs are properly formatted and compatible for the application. Lastly, test with basic prompts or run simple multimodal tasks. Let's talk about the required tools and input formats. First, you need an API access. Second, install some Python libraries and have a Jupyter notebook. Also, you can use cloud platforms, although some of these applications can be done using your local machine. Here's a list of the input formats that you can leverage. You've got text, image, audio, and video. Let's jump into a demo to show how LLMs can be used for multimodal tasks. In this demo, we'll be using ChatGPT to showcase its powerful multimodal capabilities. Keep in mind that most LLM tools like Gemini and Claude can also provide similar capabilities that I'm about to show. For ChatGPT, many of the capabilities we're about to showcase are only available in ChatGPT Pro. It's available for a limited number of prompts in the free version. If you want to leverage the full capabilities, you'll need to subscribe to ChatGPT Pro. First, after you log into ChatGPT, you need to make sure that you have GPT-4 activated. Next, you'll see that there's a plus button that is popping up where I can add media. But before we do this, let's generate media using text prompts. Write a 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception like you are explaining to a 10-year-old. You can see ChatGPT gave us a response with a concise 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception. So I'll read the first sentence. Inception is about a man named Cobb who goes into people's dreams to steal their secrets like a spy in their sleep. Let's take things to the next step. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate a poster based on the description in cartoon style. Let's make sure that it's pointing to the description above. Go ahead and run this, and we'll give it a few seconds to generate the image. Keep in mind that ChatGPT sometimes runs under a heavy load of requests, and sometimes image generation takes time. Image generation is done. You can see ChatGPT generated an output according to my description, a cartoon-like poster of Inception. Next, we'll show ChatGPT's ability to analyze images. I find this task very useful for analyzing complex visuals, such as stock charts. I'll click on the plus sign and then add photos and files, select your photo, and then insert the following prompt. Analyze the support and resistance levels of the attached 4-hour interval chart of Google. You can see that ChatGPT was able to analyze the chart for me in an instance and was able to give me multiple support levels and resistance levels with their description. Let's do another example of image analysis. I'm going to click the plus sign here and upload a hand-drawn chart. And here's my prompt. Explain the attached image of a diagram step by step. For reference, here's the image and here's the explanation. Start the process. The program begins execution. Step 1, input value. Gives me the check for Stack Overflow. and then it explains the rest of the steps according to the diagram. It was also able to analyze the gist of the diagram. It is a standard stack push operation with overflow checking, where it prevents adding data when the stack is full and confirms insertion when space is available. It can also offer an equivalent code in Python or C. That was a good example for visual and text reasoning. Let's increase the level of difficulty of this type of task by giving it a mathematical problem. I'll click on the plus sign again, add photos, and select my image. And I'll use the following prompt. What is the answer to the math problem in the attached image? Here's the image for reference. Find the sum of the series. And you can see that ChatGPT is generating LaTeX or Markdown type of syntax in the background so it can display the mathematical syntax and Greek symbols properly. Not only was it able to solve for these problems, but also was able to give me a step-by-step instructions on how to solve for it. Plus, it recognized that we have two problems, not just one, to solve for. In this last example, we're going to do the opposite of multimodal prompting. Instead of providing an image, we're going to ask ChatGPT to generate a complex image based on my description. Provide a detailed process for data science and feature engineering for or the diabetes healthcare dataset. The diabetes healthcare dataset is a popular dataset available online, so ChatGPT will be able to understand exactly what I'm looking for. Here we can see step-by-step instructions of the process, along with Python code on how to run the analysis, such as EDA, outlier detection, multivariate analysis, and then feature engineering as requested, all the way to modeling and providing proper evaluation metrics. After getting the steps in text format, I want ChatGPT to build a visual diagram of those steps.
So what is deep learning? Deep learning is a subset of machine learning, which itself is a branch of artificial intelligence. Unlike traditional machine learning models, which require manual feature extraction, deep learning models automatically discovers representation from raw data. So this is made possible through neural networks, particularly deep neural networks, which consist of multiple layers of interconnected nodes. So these neural networks are inspired by the structure and the function of human brain. Each layer in the network transforms the input data into more abstract and composite representation. For instance, in image recognition, the initial layer might detect simple features like edges and textures, while the deeper layer recognizes more complex structure like shapes and objects. So one of the key advantages of deep learning is its ability to handle large amount of unstructured data, such as images, audios, and text, making it extremely powerful for various applications. So stay tuned as we delve deeper into how these neural networks are trained, the types of deep learning models, and some exciting applications that are shaping our future. Types of deep learning. Deep learning AI can be applied supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement machine learning, using various methods for each. The first one, supervised machine learning. In supervised learning, the neural network learns to make prediction or classify that data using labeled datasets. Both input features and target variables are provided, and the network learns by minimizing the error between its prediction and the actual targets. A process called backpropagation. CNN and RNN are the common deep learning algorithms used for tasks like image classification, sentiment analysis, and language translation. The second one, unsupervised machine learning. In unsupervised machine learning, the neural network discovers patterns or clusters in unlabeled datasets without target variables. It identifies hidden pattern or relationship within the data. Algorithms like autoencoders and generative models are used for tasks such as clustering, dimensionality reduction, and anomaly detection. The third one, reinforcement machine learning. In this, an agent learns to make decisions in an environment to maximize a reward signal. The agent takes action, observes the records, and learns policies to maximize cumulative rewards over time. Deep reinforcement learning algorithms like deep Q networks and deep deterministic polygradient are used for tasks such as robotics and gameplay. Moving forward, let's see what are the artificial neural networks. Artificial neural networks, ANNs, inspired by the structure and the function of human neurons, consist of interconnected layers of artificial neurals or units. The input layer receives data from the external resources and it passes to one or more hidden layers. Each neuron in these layers computes a weighted sum of inputs and transfers the result to the next layer. During training, the weight of these connections are adjusted to optimize the network's performance. A fully connected artificial neural network includes an input layer or more hidden layers and an output layer. Each neuron in a hidden layer receives input from the previous layer and sends its output to the next layer. So this process continues until the final output layer produces the network response. So moving forward, let's see types of neural networks. So deep learning models can automatically learn features from data, making them ideal to tasks like image recognition, speech recognition, and natural language processing. So the most common architecture in deep learnings are the first one, feed-forward neural network, FNNs. So these are the simplest type of neural network where information flows linearly from the input to the output. They are widely used for tasks such as image classification, speech recognition, and natural language processing, NLP. The second one, convolutional neural network, designed specifically for image and video recognition. CNNs automatically learn features from images, making them ideal for image classification, object detection, and image segmentation. The third one, recurrent neural networks, RNNs, are specialized for processing sequential data time series and natural language. They maintain an internal state to capture information from previous input, making them suitable for tasks such as speech recognition, NLP, and language translation. So now let's move forward and see some deep learning application. The first one is autonomous vehicle. Deep learning is changing the development of self-driving car. Algorithms like CNNs process data from sensors and cameras to detect objects, recognize traffic signs, and make driving decisions in real time, enhancing safety and efficiency on the road. The second one is healthcare diagnostic. Deep learning models are being used to analyze medical images such as X-rays, MRIs, and CT scans with high accuracy. They help in early detection and diagnosis of diseases like cancer, improving treatment outcomes and saving lives. The third one is NLP. Recent advancement in NLP powered by deep learning models like Transformer, ChatGPT have led to more sophisticated and human-like text generation, translation, and sentiment analysis. So applications include virtual assistant, chatbots, and automated customer service. The fourth one, deepfake technology. So deep learning techniques are used to create highly realistic synthetic media known as deepfakes. While this technology has entertainment and creative application, it also raises ethical concern regarding misinformation and digital manipulation. The fifth one, predictive maintenance. In industries like manufacturing and aviation, deep learning models predict equipment failures before they occur by analyzing sensor data. Their proactive approach reduces downtime, lowers maintenance costs, and improves operational efficiency. So now let's move forward and see some advantages and disadvantages of deep learning. So first one is high computational requirements. So deep learning requires significant data and computational resources for training. Whereas advantage is high accuracy, achieves state-of-the-art performance in tasks like image recognition and natural language processing. Whereas deep learning needs large label datasets, often require extensive label dataset for training, which can be costly and time-consuming together. So second advantage of deep learning is automated feature engineering. Automatically discovers and learns relevant features from data without manual intervention. The third disadvantage is overfitting. So deep learning can overfit to training data, leading to poor performance on new unseen data. Whereas the third deep learning advantage is scalability. So deep learning can handle large complex dataset and learn from massive amount of data. So in conclusion, deep learning is a transformative leap in AI, mimicking human neural networks. It has changed healthcare, finance, autonomous vehicles, and NLP.
What if I've told you I've tested over 1,000 AI tools? Yep, after all that exploring, experimenting, and a few late nights, I've finally narrowed them down to absolutely the best. In this video, I'm going to share my top picks of 10 tools from each of the 5 biggest AI categories that are actually worth your time. Whether you're into image creation, writing, voice tools, video generation, or AI coding assistance, I've got something lined up for you. These aren't random tools that kind of work. These are the ones that stood out, the ones that genuinely get the job done. So if you have ever felt overwhelmed by the flood of AI tools out there, this video is gonna be your cheat sheet to the top performers in every category. Let's start with the category of image creation. In the first place, we have Midjourney. If you're after breathtaking, artistic visuals, this one is for you. It's especially great for concept art, fantasy scenes, or anything with surreal, polished look. Next is DALL-E 3, integrated right inside the ChatGPT. What makes this tool stand out is how well it understands prompts. It nails small details and you can even edit parts of your image directly. Super useful for content creators or marketers who need fast, accurate visuals. Third is Stable Diffusion, and it's go-to for anyone who wants full control. It's open source, so you can run it locally, train your own models, and even build your own styles. If you're technically or just love to tinker, this one is for you. Coming to number 4 is Leonardo AI. It's made with game developers and storytellers in mind. It has pre-trained models for characters, environments, and even items. So if you are building a world, this tool makes it faster and easy to bring it to life. At number 5, we have Adobe Firefly. This one's perfect for professionals. It fits right into the Adobe ecosystem if you're already using the Photoshop or Illustrator. It's a smooth experience. The image quality is high and text effects are great for branding or designing work. Number 6 is Playground AI. This is probably the most flexible tool on this list. It's web-based, fast, and great for trying out multiple styles without any complexity. If you want something lightweight but powerful, definitely check this out. Artbreeder comes in at number 7 and it's a bit different from others. Instead of generating images from prompts, you mix and evolve existing images, great for character design, especially faces. It's super collaborative and creative, though a bit limited in image resolution. Number 8 is Night Cafe. This one's great if you want variety. It supports multiple generation styles like VQGAN and Stable Diffusion. There is also a strong community aspect, so you can share your work and get inspired by others. At number 9, we have Photo. It's clean, simple, and ideal for creating social media graphics, posters, or marketing visuals. You don't need any design skills. It's perfect for your quick results. And finally, number 10 is Deep Dream Generator. This one's all about the weird and abstract. It creates psychedelic dream-like visuals that are super unique. It won't fit every project, but experimental or surreal work, it's awesome. Next category is voice generation. These AI tools can narrate, speak, or even clone your voice with shockingly realism. Whether you're creating YouTube videos, podcasts, audiobooks, or building characters for games, these are the voice tools that actually deliver. In the first place, we have 11 Labs. It's the most natural sounding AI voice out there. You get emotion, depth, and even voice cloning that sounds incredibly real. Coming to the second is Murph AI. This one is great for polished voiceover, perfect for videos, presentation, and training content. It even includes background music and timing control. At number 3, we have got Logo AI, also known as GANs. With a huge voice library and support for 100+ languages, it's ideal for creators who want expensive multilingual voiceovers. In the fourth place, we have Play.ht. It's fast, reliable, and offers detailed control over the tone, pitch, and speed. Great for podcasts, articles, or any voice-first content. Number 5 goes to Resemble AI. This one's all about real-time voice cloning and emotionally delivering. Perfect for interactive content like games and virtual assistants. At number 6, we have Descript Overdub, audio by editing text. It's a lifesaver for podcasters and video creators fixing mistakes or adding new lines. Seventh on this list is Typecast. It combines realistic voice AI with animated characters, making it perfect for explainer videos, YouTubers, and storytelling content. At number 8, we have Speechify, originally made for reading, but now you can use it to turn any text into clean, human-like speech. Great for audiobooks and productivity. Number 9 is Synthesis, a solid choice for business voiceover, whether it's ads, explainers, or training videos. This one gets it done with professional sounds. And finally, in the 10th place, we have Podcastle. It's an all-in-one podcasting platform with built-in voice generation, recording, and editing, perfect for creators on the go. Now let's talk about writing. Whether you're crafting blog posts, emails, scripts, or social media caption, AI writing tools can save you hours and spark ideas you wouldn't have thought of. I have tested dozens and these are 10 that stood out how well they actually help you write smarter and faster. In the first place, we have ChatGPT by OpenAI. It's a gold standard. From brainstorming to full-on article drafts, it handles everything with context and style. Especially with GPT-4, it's like having a writing assistant that just gets it. Second is Jasper AI, built specially for marketers and content creators. Jasper comes with tons of pre-built templates for product description, ad copy, blog intros, you name it. It's fast, efficient, and optimized for high converting content. At number 3, we have Writersonic. This one's amazing for versatility. It does blogs, landing pages, Google Ads, and even long-form content. It feels more interactive while creating. Fourth is Copy.ai. If you need social media post, product description, or email subject lines in seconds, this tool nails it. It's super intuitive and beginner friendly, perfect for quick content sprints. In the 5th place, we have Notion AI. Built right into Notion, this tool helps you expand, summarize, and brainstorm inside your notes and docs. Great for people who want writing help in their daily workflow without switching tools. Number 6 is Pseudo-Write. This one's made for creative writers such as novelists and storytellers. It helps with characters, development, plot twist, and rewriting the scenes. If you write friction, this is a secret weapon. 7th is Ink Editor. It combines AI writing with SEO optimization. So if you want your content to rank while sounding human, this tool does both. Great for bloggers, content marketers. Coming to number 8 is HypeWrite. It is like a smart autocomplete that works across your browser. It helps you draft emails, social posts, and even essays. At number 9, we have got Writer. Clean, fast, and super affordable. Writer is a solid tool for small businesses and freelancers who want quick content without any complexity. And finally, number 10 is WordTune. It is not a full-blown writing platform, but it's amazing at rewriting, rephrasing, and polishing your text. Great for improving tone, clarity, and shortening long sentences. Alright, now let's move on into the most powerful category, which is AI video creation. Whether you are a content creator, marketer, educator, or just someone who wants to make videos without cameras, editing headaches, these tools can seriously level up your workflow. In the first place, we have got Pictory. This tool turns scripts or blog posts into professional-looking videos in minutes. It picks stock footage and adds music and even guarantees subtitles all automatically. Next up at number 2 is Synthesia. It's famous for its AI avatars that looks and sounds like real people. Just type in your script, pick an avatar, and boom, you have got your studio style video with zero filming. In the third place is Runway. This one's creative powerhouse. You can remove the video backgrounds, edit scenes and text commands, and even generate a new video content using Gen 2. It's especially great for short form content or experimental visuals. Coming at number 4 is InVideo. It's built for marketers, content creators who want to make polished promo videos, reels, or even YouTube content. Tons of templates, stock assets, and AI script assistance makes it fast and easy. Fifth is Lumen 5, ideal for turning blog posts or articles into animated videos. You just paste in your text and it automatically adds visuals, animations, and transition to match your message. Great for social media and explained content. At number 6, we have Descript. While it is more known for podcasting and editing audio, its video editor is crazy useful. You can edit videos by editing the transcript. It's great for talking head content, interviews, and repurposing long-form recordings. Number 7 is Wheat.io, a browser-based editor that is surprisingly powerful. You get subtitles, transition, audio cleanup, and more, all with a super clean UI. It's great for social media content and quick edits on the fly. 8th is Rephrase.ai. This one lets you create personalized video messages using AI avatars. Perfect for sales, onboarding, or sending custom messages at scale without having to record anything manually. In the 9th place, we have Steve.ai. Super beginner friendly. It turns simple text into videos using animations and voiceover. Great for explained videos, internal training, or educational content. And finally, number 10 is Eli.io. It creates AI avatar videos from just a prompt or script, similar to Synthesia, but with a focus on e-learning and corporate training content. Scalable, clean, and no need a production crew. Now let's get into the most game-changing areas of AI, coding assistance. Whether you're a beginner or a pro developer, these tools can help you write better code, debug faster, and even learn new languages or frameworks without getting overwhelmed. In the first place, we have GitHub Copilot, powered by OpenAI. This tool is an autocomplete on steroids. It suggests whole functions, helps you write boilerplate, and even explains code, all from inside your editor. If you're coding on a daily basis, this is a must-have. Second is Codium. It's a free, fast, and supports a wide range of languages. It works like a co-pilot but adds some extra customization. And a lot of devs love it for its speed and clean interface. At number 3 is Replit Ghostwriter. Especially great for beginners and educator, Replit's AI can help you code right inside the browser. No setup needed. It also helps you explain errors and teach you as you build. Fourth is Tabline, one of the easiest code compilation tool. Tabline runs locally for privacy and works across multiple IDEs. It's great for developers who want predictive coding without sending data to the cloud. In the 5th place, we have Amazon Code Whisper. Designers to integrate smoothly with AWS tools and workflows. It's perfect if you're building cloud-native application or working on AWS ecosystem. Coming at number 6 is Codex by OpenAI. It's an underlying model behind Copilot, and if you're working in an experimental or custom environment, it offers a deep integration potential for AI-driven apps. Number 7 is Mutable AI, a newer player focused on speeding up your workflow with smart suggestions, automatic doc generation, and code refraction. It's great for clean, productive level code. 8th is Kite. It is one of the OG AI assistants for Python and still holds up if you want lightweight, fast suggestions without overwhelming features. At number 9, we have SourceGraph Cody. It's made for enterprises terms that work on massive code bases. It gives powerful contextual help and scales well across big projects. And finally, number 10 is Ask Cody. It's super handy for generating snippets, SQL queries, and even API docs. A nice tool for quick tasks when you don't want to dive too deep. And that wraps up the top AI tools across image creation, voice generation, writing, video production, and coding. These tools aren't just cool. They actually help you get things done faster, better, and with less effort. If you found this helpful, drop a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments which tool you're excited to try or if there is anything that you love that I missed.
We've looked at a lot of examples of machine learning, so let's see if we can give a little bit more of a concrete definition. What is machine learning? Machine learning is the science of making computers learn and act like humans by feeding data and information without being explicitly programmed. And we see here we have a nice little diagram where we have our ordinary system. Your computer, nowadays you can even run a lot of this stuff on a cell phone because cell phones have advanced so much. And then with artificial intelligence and machine learning, it now takes the data and it learns from what happened before. And then it predicts what's going to come next. And then really the biggest part right now in machine learning that's going on is it improves on that. How do we find a new solution? So we go from descriptive, where it's learning about stuff and understanding how it fits together, to predicting what it's going to do, to post-scripting, coming up with a new solution. And when we're working on machine learning, there's a number of different diagrams that people have posted for what steps to go through. A lot of it might be very domain specific. So if you're working on photo identification versus language versus medical or physics, some of these are switched around a little bit or new things are put in. They're very specific to the domain. This is kind of a very general diagram. First, you want to define your objective. Very important to know what it is you're wanting to predict. Then you're going to be collecting the data. So once you've defined an objective, you need to collect the data that matches. You spend a lot of time in data science collecting data, and the next step, preparing the data. You got to make sure that your data is clean going in. There's the old saying, bad data in, bad answer out, or bad data out. And then once you've gone through and we've cleaned all this stuff coming in, then you're going to select the algorithm. Which algorithm are you going to use? You're going to train that algorithm. In this case, I think we're going to be working with SVM, the support vector machine. Then you have to test the model. Does this model work? Is this a valid model for what we're doing? And then once you've tested it, you want to run your prediction. You want to run your prediction or your choice or whatever output it's going to come up with. And then once everything is set and you've done lots of testing, then you want to go ahead and deploy the model. And remember I said domain specific. This is very general as far as the scope of doing something. A lot of models, you get halfway through and you realize that your data is missing something and you have to go collect new data because you've run a test in here someplace along the line. You're saying, hey, I'm not really getting the answers I need. So there's a lot of things that are domain specific that become part of this model. This is a very general model, but it's a very good model to start with. And we do have some basic divisions of what machine learning does that's important to know. For instance, do you want to predict a category? Well, if you're categorizing things, that's classification. For instance, whether the stock price will increase or decrease. So in other words, I'm looking for a yes-no answer. Is it going up or is it going down? And in that case, we'd actually say, is it going up? True. If it's not going up, it's false, meaning it's going down. This way, it's a yes-no, 0, 1. Do you want to predict a quantity? That's regression. So remember, we just did classification. Now we're looking at regression. These are the two major divisions in what data is doing. For instance, predicting the age of a person based on the height, weight, health, and other factors. So based on these different factors, you might guess how old a person is. And then there are a lot of domain-specific things, like do you want to detect an anomaly? That's anomaly detection. And this is actually very popular right now. For instance, you want to detect money withdrawal anomalies. You want to know when someone's making a withdrawal that might not be their own account. We've actually brought this up because this is really big right now. If you're predicting the stock, whether to buy stock or not, you want to be able to know if what's going on in the stock market is an anomaly. Use a different prediction model because something else is going on. You got to pull out new information in there. Or is this just the norm? I'm going to get my normal return on my money invested. So being able to detect anomalies is very big in data science these days. Another question that comes up, which is on what we call untrained data, is, do you want to discover structure in unexplored data? And that's called clustering. For instance, finding groups of customers with similar behavior given a large database of customer data containing their demographics and past buying records. And in this case, we might notice that anybody who's wearing a certain set of shoes goes shopping at certain stores, or whatever it is, they're going to make certain purchases. By having that information, it helps us to market or group people together so that we can now explore that group and find out what it is we want to market to them if you're in the marketing world. And that might also work in just about any arena. You might want to group people together, whether they're based on their different areas and investments and financial background, whether you're going to give them a loan or not. Before you even start looking at whether they're a valid customer for the bank, you might want to look at all these different areas and group them together based on unknown data. So you don't know what the data is going to tell you, but you want to cluster people together that come together. Let's take a quick detour for quiz time. Oh, my favorite. So we're going to have a couple questions here under our quiz time. And we'll be posting the answers in the part 2 of this tutorial. So let's go ahead and take a look at these quiz times questions, and hopefully you'll get them all right, and it'll get you thinking about how to process data and what's going on. Can you tell what's happening in the following cases? Of course, you're sitting there with your cup of coffee, and you have your checkbox and your pen trying to figure out what's your next step in your data science analysis. So the first one is grouping documents into different categories based on the topic and content of each document. Very big these days. You have legal documents, you have maybe it's a sports group documents, maybe you're analyzing newspaper postings. But certainly having that automated is a huge thing in today's world. B, identifying handwritten digits in images correctly. So we want to know whether they're writing an A or capital A, B, C. What are they writing out in their handwriting? C, behavior of a website indicating that the site is not working as designed. D, predicting salary of an individual based on his or her years of experience. Boy, HR hiring setup there. So stay tuned for part 2. We'll go ahead and answer these questions when we get to the part 2 of this tutorial. Or you can just simply write at the bottom and send a note to Simplilearn, and they'll follow up with you on it. Back to our regular content. And these last few bring us into the next topic, which is another way of dividing our types of machine learning, and that is with supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning is a method used to enable machines to classify, predict objects, problems, or situations based on labeled data fed to the machine. And in here you see we have a jumble of data with circles, triangles, and squares, and we label them. We have what's a circle, what's a triangle, what's a square, and we have our model training, and it trains it so we know the answer. Very important, when you're doing supervised learning, you already know the answer to a lot of your information coming in. So you have a huge group of data coming in, and then you have new data coming in. So we've trained our model. The model now knows the difference between a circle, a square, a triangle. And now that we've trained it, we can send in this case, a square and a circle goes in, and it predicts that the top one's a square and the next one's a circle. And you can see that this is being able to predict whether someone's going to default on a loan, because I was talking about banks earlier. Supervised learning on stock market, whether you're going to make money or not. That's always important. And if you are looking to make a fortune in the stock market, keep in mind it is very difficult to get all the data correct on the stock market. It is it fluctuates in ways really hard to predict. So it's quite a roller coaster ride. If you're running machine learning on the stock market, you start realizing you really have to dig for new data. So we have supervised learning. And if you have supervised, we should need unsupervised learning. In unsupervised learning, machine learning model finds the hidden pattern in an unlabeled data. So in this case, instead of telling it what the circle is, and what a triangle is, and what a square is, it goes in there and looks at them and says, for whatever reason, it groups them together. Maybe it'll group it by the number of corners. And it notices that a number of them all have 3 corners, a number of them all have 4 corners, and a number of them all have no corners. And it's able to filter those through and group them together. We talked about that earlier with looking at a group of people who are out shopping. We want to group them together to find out what they have in common. And of course, once you understand what people have in common, maybe you have one of them who's a customer at your store, or you have 5 of them are customer at your store, and they have a lot in common with 5 others who are not customers at your store, how do you market to those 5 who aren't customers at your store yet? They fit the demographics of who's going to shop there, and you'd like them to shop at your store, not the one next door. Of course, this is a simplified version. You can see very easily the difference between a triangle and a circle, which might not be so easy in marketing. Reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is an important type of machine learning where an agent learns how to behave in an environment by performing actions and seeing the result. And we have here where in this case, a baby. It's actually great that they used an infant for this slide because the reinforcement learning is very much in its infant stages. But it's also probably the biggest machine learning demand out there right now, or in the future. It's going to be coming up over the next few years, is reinforcement learning and how to make that work for us. And you can see here where we have our action. In the action in this one, it goes into the fire. Hopefully the baby didn't, it was just a little candle, not a giant fire pit like it looks like here. When the baby comes out, and the new state is the baby is sad and crying because they got burned on the fire. And then maybe they take another action. The baby's called the agent because it's the one taking the actions. And in this case, they didn't go into the fire. They went a different direction, and now the baby's happy and laughing and playing. Reinforcement learning is very easy to understand because that's how, as humans, that's one of the ways we learn. We learn whether it is, you burn yourself on the stove, don't do that anymore. Don't touch the stove. In the big picture, being able to have a machine learning program or an AI be able to do this is huge because now we're starting to learn how to learn. That's a big jump in the world of computer and machine learning. And we're going to go back and just kind of go back over supervised versus unsupervised learning. Understanding this is huge because this is going to come up in any project you're working on. We have in supervised learning, we have labeled data. We have direct feedback. So someone's already gone in there and said, yes, that's a triangle. No, that's not a triangle. And then you predict an outcome. So you have a nice prediction. This new set of data is coming in and we know what it's going to be. And then with unsupervised training, it's not labeled. So we really don't know what it is. There's no feedback. So we're not telling it whether it's right or wrong. We're not telling it whether it's a triangle or a square. We're not telling it to go left or right. All we do is we're finding hidden structure in the data, grouping the data together to find out what connects to each other. And then you can use these together. So imagine you have an image and you're not sure what you're looking for. So you go in and you have the unstructured data, find all these things that are connected together. And then somebody looks at those and labels them. Now you can take that labeled data and program something to predict what's in the picture. So you can see how they go back and forth, and you can start connecting all these different tools together to make a bigger picture. There are many interesting machine learning algorithms. Let's have a look at a few of them. Hopefully this gives you a little flavor of what's out there. And these are some of the most important ones that are currently being used. We'll take a look at linear regression, decision tree, and the support vector machine. Let's start with a closer look at linear regression. Linear regression is perhaps one of the most well-known and well-understood algorithms in statistics and machine learning. Linear regression is a linear model. For example, a model that assumes a linear relationship between the input variables x and the single output variable y. And you'll see this if you remember from your algebra classes, y equals mx plus c. Imagine we are predicting distance traveled y from speed x. Our linear regression model representation for this problem would be y equals m times x plus c, or distance equals m times speed plus c, where m is the coefficient and c is the y-intercept. And we're going to look at two different variations of this. First, we're going to start with time is constant. And you can see we have a bicyclist. He's got his safety gear on, thank goodness. Speed equals 10 meters per second. And so over a certain amount of time, his distance equals 36 kilometers. We have a second bicyclist who's going twice the speed, or 20 meters per second. And you can guess if he's going twice the speed and time is a constant, then he's going to go twice the distance. And that's easily to compute. 36 times 2, you get 72 kilometers. And so if you had the question of how fast would somebody who's going 3 times that speed, or 30 meters per second is, you can easily compute the distance in our head. We can do that without needing a computer. But we want to do this for more complicated data. So it's kind of nice to compare the two. But let's just take a look at that and what that looks like in a graph. So in a linear regression model, we have our distance to the speed, and we have our m equals the VE slope of the line. And we'll notice that the line has a plus slope. And as the speed increases, distance also increases. Hence, the variables have a positive relationship. And so your speed of the person, which equals y equals mx plus c, distance traveled in a fixed interval of time. And we could very easily compute, either following the line or just knowing it's 3 times 10 meters per second, that this is roughly 102 kilometers distance that this third bicyclist has traveled. One of the key definitions on here is positive relationship. So the slope of the line is positive. As distance increase, so does speed increase. Let's take a look at our second example where we put distance is a constant. So we have speed equals 10 meters per second. They have a certain distance to go, and it takes them 100 seconds to travel that distance. And we have our second bicyclist who's still doing 20 meters per second. Since he's going twice the speed, we can guess that he'll cover the distance in about half the time, 50 seconds. And of course you could probably guess on the third one, 100 divided by 30, since he's going 3 times the speed. You could easily guess that this is 33.333 seconds time. When we put that into a linear regression model or a graph, if the distance is assumed to be constant, let's see the relationship between speed and time. And as time goes up, the amount of speed to go that same distance goes down. So now your m equals a minus VE slope of the line. As the speed increases, time decreases, hence the variable has a negative relationship. Again, there's our definition, positive relationship and negative relationship dependent on the slope of the line. And with a simple formula like this, and even a significant amount of data, let's see with the mathematical implementation of linear regression. And we'll take this data. So suppose we have this data set where we have x, y, x equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, standard series, and the y value is 3, 2, 2, 4, 3. When we take that and we go ahead and plot these points on a graph, you can see there's kind of a nice scattering, and you could probably eyeball a line through the middle of it. But we're going to calculate that exact line for linear regression. And the first thing we do is we come up here and we have the mean of xi. And remember, mean is basically the average. So we added 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 and divide by 5. And that simply comes out as 3. And then we'll do the same for y. We'll go ahead and add up all those numbers and divide by 5. And we end up with the mean value of y of I equals 2.8. Where the xi references it's an average or means value, and the yi also equals a means value of y. And when we plot that, you'll see that we can put in the y equals 2.8 and the x equals 3 in there on our graph. We kind of gave it a little different color so you could sort it out with the dashed lines on it. And it's important to note that when we do the linear regression model should go through that dot. Now let's find our regression equation to find the best fit line. Remember, we go ahead and take our y equals mx plus c, so we're looking for m and c. So to find this equation for our data, we need to find our slope of m and our coefficient of c. And we have y equals mx plus c, where m equals the sum of x minus x average times y minus y average, or y means and x means, over the sum of x minus x means squared. That's how we get the slope of the value of the line. And we can easily do that by creating some columns here where we have x, y. Computers are really good about iterating through data, and so we can easily compute this and fill in a graph of data. And in our graph, you can easily see that if we have our x value of 1, and if you remember the xi, or the means value, is 3, 1 minus 3 equals a negative 2, and 2 minus 3 equals a negative 1, so on and so forth. And we can easily fill in the column of x minus xi, y minus yi, and then from those we can compute x minus xi squared and x minus xi times y minus yi. And you can guess it that the next step is to go ahead and sum the different columns for the answers we need. So we get a total of 10 for our x minus xi squared, and a total of 2 for x minus xi times y minus yi. And we plug those in, we get 2/10, which equals 0.2. So now we know the slope of our line equals 0.2. So we can calculate the value of c. That'd be the next step, is we need to know where it crosses the y-axis. And if you remember, I mentioned earlier that the linear regression line has to pass through the means value, the one that we showed earlier. We can just flip back up there to that graph, and you can see right here there's our means value, which is 3, x equals 3 and y equals 2.8. And since we know that value, we can simply plug that into our formula, y equals 0.2x plus c. So we plug that in, and we get 2.8 equals 0.2 times 3 plus c, and you can just solve for c. So now we know that our coefficient equals 2.2. And once we have all that, we can go ahead and plot our regression line. y equals 0.2 times x plus 2.2. And then from this equation, we can compute new values. So let's predict the values of y using x equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and plot the points. Remember, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was our original x values. So now we're going to see what y thinks they are, not what they actually are. And when we plug those in, we get y of designated with y of p. You can see that x equals 1 equals 2.4, x equals 2 equals 2.6, and so on and so on. So we have our y predicted values of what we think it's going to be when we plug those numbers in. And when we plot the predicted values along with the actual values, we can see the difference. And this is one of the things that's very important with linear regression in any of these models, is to understand the error. And so we can calculate the error on all of our different values. And you can see over here we plotted x and y predict. And we draw in a little line so you can sort of see what the error looks like there between the different points. So our goal is to reduce this error. We want to minimize that error value on our linear regression model. Minimizing the distance. There are lots of ways to minimize the distance between the line and the data points, like sum of squared errors, sum of absolute errors, root mean square error, etc. We keep moving this line through the data points to make sure the best fit line has the least square distance between the data points and the regression line. So to recap with a very simple linear regression model, we first figure out the formula of our line through the middle, and then we slowly adjust the line to minimize the error. Keep in mind this is a very simple formula. The math gets, even though the math is very much the same, it gets much more complex as we add in different dimensions. So this is only 2 dimensions, y equals mx plus c, but you can take that out to x, z, I, j, q, all the different features in there, and they can plot a linear regression model on all of those using the different formulas to minimize the error. Let's go ahead and take a look at decision trees, a very different way to solve problems in the linear regression model. Decision tree is a tree-shaped algorithm used to determine a course of action. Each branch of a tree represents a possible decision, occurrence, or reaction. We have data which tells us if it is a good day to play golf. And if we were to open this data up in a general spreadsheet, you can see we have the outlook, whether it's rainy, overcast, sunny, temperature, hot, mild, cool, humidity, windy, and did I like to play golf that day, yes or no? So we're taking a census. And certainly I wouldn't want a computer telling me when I should go play golf or not. But you could imagine if you got up in the night before, you're trying to plan your day, and it comes up and says tomorrow would be a good day for golf for you in the morning, and not a good day in the afternoon, or something like that. This becomes very beneficial, and we see this in a lot of applications coming out now where it gives you suggestions and lets you know what would fit the match for you for the next day or the next purchase or the next whatever, next meal out. In this case, is tomorrow a good day for playing golf based on the weather coming in? And so we come up and let's determine if you should play golf when the day is sunny and windy. So we found out the forecast tomorrow is going to be sunny and windy. And suppose we draw our tree like this. We're going to have our humidity, and then we have our normal, which is if you have a normal humidity, you're going to go play golf. And if the humidity is really high, then we look at the outlook. And if the outlook is sunny, overcast, or rainy, it's going to change what you choose to do. So if you know that it's a very high humidity and it's sunny, you're probably not going to play golf because you're going to be out there miserable, fighting off the mosquitoes that are out joining you to play golf with you. Maybe if it's rainy, you probably don't want to play in the rain. But if it's slightly overcast and you get just the right shadow, that's a good day to play golf and be outside, out on the green. Now in this example, you can probably make your own tree pretty easily because it's a very simple set of data going in. But the question is, how do you know what to split? Where do you split your data? What if this is much more complicated data where it's not something that you would particularly understand? Like studying cancer, they take about 36 measurements of the cancerous cells, and then each one of those measurements represents how bulbous it is, how extended it is, how sharp the edges are. Something that as a human we would have no understanding of. So how do we decide how to split that data up? And is that the right decision tree? So that's a question that's going to come up. Is this the right decision tree? For that, we should calculate entropy and information gain. Two important vocabulary words there are the entropy and the information gain. Entropy. Entropy is a measure of randomness or impurity in the data set. Entropy should be low. So we want the chaos to be as low as possible. We don't want to look at it and be confused by the images or what's going on there with mixed data. And the information gain. It is the measure of decrease in entropy after the data set is split, also known as entropy reduction. Information gain should be high, so we want that we get out of the split to be as high as possible. Let's take a look at entropy from the mathematical side. In this case, we're going to denote entropy as I of P of and N, where P is the probability that you're going to play a game of golf, and N is the probability where you're not going to play the game of golf. Now, you don't really have to memorize these formulas. There's a few of them out there depending on what you're working with. But it's important to note that this is where this formula is coming from, so when you see it, you're not lost when you're running your programming, unless you're building your own decision tree code in the back. And we simply have a log squared of P over P plus N minus N over P plus N times the log squared of N of P plus N. But let's break that down and see what it actually looks like when we're computing that from the computer script side. Entropy of a target class of the data set is the whole entropy. So we have entropy play golf. And when we look at this, if we go back to the data, you can simply count how many yeses and no in our complete data set for playing golf days. In our complete set, we find we have 5 days we did play golf and 9 days we did not play golf. And so our I equals, if you add those together, 9 plus 5 is 14. And so our I equals 5 over 14 and 9 over 14. That's our P and N values that we plug into that formula. And you can go 5 over 14 equals 0.36, 9 over 14 equals 0.64. And when you do the whole equation, you get the minus 0.36 log root squared of 0.36 minus 0.64 log squared root of 0.64. And we get a set value. We get 0.94. So we now have a full entropy value for the whole set of data that we're working with. And we want to make that entropy go down. And just like we calculated the entropy out for the whole set, we can also calculate entropy for playing golf and the outlook. Is it going to be overcast or rainy or sunny? And so when we look at the entropy, we have P of sunny times E of 3 of 2. And that just comes out how many sunny days yes and how many sunny days no over the total, which is 5. Don't forget to put we'll divide that 5 out later on. Equals P overcast equals 4 comma 0 plus rainy equals 2 comma 3. And then when you do the whole setup, we have 5 over 14. Remember I said there was a total of 5? 5 over 14 times the I of 3 of 2 plus 4 over 14 times the 4 comma 0 and 514 over I of 2, 3. And so we can now compute the entropy of just the part that has to do with the forecast. And we get 0.693. Similarly, we can calculate the entropy of other predictors like temperature, humidity, and wind. And so we look at the gain outlook. How much are we going to gain from this? Entropy play golf minus entropy play golf outlook. And we can take the original 0.94 for the whole set minus the entropy of just the rainy day and temperature, and we end up with a gain of 0.247. So this is our information gain. Remember, we define entropy and we define information gain. The higher the information gain, the lower the entropy, the better. The information gain of the other 3 attributes can be calculated in the same way. So we have our gain for temperature equals 0.029. We have our gain for humidity equals 0.152, and our gain for a windy day equals 0.048. And if you do a quick comparison, you'll see the 0.247 is the greatest gain of information, so that's the split we want. Now let's build the decision tree. So we have the outlook. Is it going to be sunny, overcast, or rainy? That's our first split because that gives us the most information gain. And we can continue to go down the tree using the different information gains with the largest information. We can continue down the nodes of the tree where we choose the attribute with the largest information gain as the root node and then continue to split each subnode with the largest information gain that we can compute. And although it's a little bit of a tongue twister to say all that, you can see that it's a very easy to view visual model. We have our outlook, we split it 3 different directions. If the outlook is overcast, we're going to play. And then we can split those further down if we want. So if the outlook is sunny, but then it's also windy, if it's windy, we're not going to play. If it's not windy, we'll play. So we can easily build a nice decision tree to guess what we would like to do tomorrow and give us a nice recommendation for the day. So we want to know if it's a good day to play golf when it's sunny and windy. Remember the original question that came out? Tomorrow's weather report is sunny and windy. You can see by going down the tree, we go outlook sunny, outlook windy. We're not going to play golf tomorrow. So our little smartwatch pops up and says, I'm sorry, tomorrow's not a good day for golf. It's going to be sunny and windy. And if you're a huge golf fan, you might go, uh-oh, it's not a good day to play golf. We can go in and watch a golf game at home. So we'll sit in front of the TV instead of being out playing golf in the wind. Now that we looked at our decision tree, let's look at the third one of our algorithms we're investigating. Support vector machine. Support vector machine is a widely used classification algorithm. The idea of support vector machine is simple. The algorithm creates a separation line which divides the classes in the best possible manner. For example, dog or cat, disease or no disease. Suppose we have a labeled sample data which tells height and weight of males and females. A new data point arrives and we want to know whether it's going to be a male or a female. So we start by drawing a line. We draw decision lines, but if we consider decision line 1, then we will classify the individual as a male. And if we consider decision line 2, then it will be a female. So you can see this person kind of lies in the middle of the two groups, so it's a little confusing trying to figure out which line they should be under. We need to know which line divides the classes correctly, but how? The goal is to choose a hyperplane, and that is one of the key words they use when we talk about support vector machines. Choose a hyperplane with the greatest possible margin between the decision line and the nearest point within the training set. So you can see here we have our support vector, we have the two nearest points to it, and we draw a line between those 2 points. And the distance margin is the distance between the hyperplane and the nearest data point from either set. So we actually have a value, and it should be equally distant between the 2 points that we're comparing it to. When we draw the hyperplanes, we observe that line 1 has a maximum distance. So we observe that line 1 has a maximum distance margin, so we'll classify the new data point correctly. And our result on this one is going to be that the new data point is male. One of the reasons we call it a hyperplane versus a line is that a lot of times we're not looking at just weight and height. We might be looking at 36 different features or dimensions. And so when we cut it with a hyperplane, it's more of a three-dimensional cut in the data, or multi-dimensional. It cuts the data a certain way. And each plane continues to cut it down until we get the best fit or match. Let's understand this with the help of an example. Problem statement. I always start with a problem statement when you're going to put some code together. We're going to do some coding now. Classifying muffin and cupcake recipes using support vector machines. So the cupcake versus the muffin. Let's have a look at our data set. And we have the different recipes here. We have a muffin recipe that has so much flour. I'm not sure what measurement 55 is in, but it has 55, maybe it's ounces? But it has a certain amount of flour, a certain amount of milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. And so based on these measurements, we want to guess whether we're making a muffin or a cupcake. And you can see in this one, we don't have just 2 features. We don't just have height and weight as we did before between the male and female. In here, we have a number of features. In fact, in this, we're looking at 8 different features to guess whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. What's the difference between a muffin and a cupcake? Turns out muffins have more flour, while cupcakes have more butter and sugar. So basically the cupcake's a little bit more of a dessert, where the muffin's a little bit more of a fancy bread. But how do we do that in Python? How do we code that to go through recipes and figure out what the recipe is? And I really just want to say cupcakes versus muffins, like some big professional wrestling thing. Before we start in our cupcakes versus muffins, we are going to be working in Python. There's many versions of Python, many different editors. That is one of the strengths and weaknesses of Python. Is it just has so much stuff attached to it, and it's one of the more popular data science programming packages you can use. In this case, we're going to go ahead and use Anaconda and Jupyter Notebook. The Anaconda Navigator has all kinds of fun tools. Once you're into the Anaconda Navigator, you can change environments. I actually have a number of environments on here. We'll be using Python 3.6 environment. So this is in Python version 3.6. Although it doesn't matter too much which version you use. I usually try to stay with the 3x because they're current, unless you have a project that's very specifically in version 2x. 2.7 I think is usually what most people use in the version 2. And then once we're in our Jupyter Notebook editor, I can go up and create a new file. And we'll just jump in here. In this case, we're doing SVM muffin versus cupcake. And then let's start with our packages for data analysis. And we almost always use there's a few very standard packages we use. We use import numpy. That's for number Python. And they usually denote it as NP. That's very common. And then we're going to import pandas as PD. And NumPy deals with number arrays. There's a lot of cool things you can do with the NumPy setup as far as multiplying all the values in an array, in a NumPy array, data array. Pandas, I can't remember if we're using it actually in this data set. I think we do as an import. It makes a nice data frame. And the difference between a data frame and a NumPy array is that a data frame is more like your Excel spreadsheet. You have columns, you have indexes, so you have different ways of referencing it, easily viewing it, and there's additional features you can run on a data frame. And Pandas kind of sits on NumPy, so you need them both in there. And then finally, we're working with the support vector machine. So from sklearn, we're going to use the sklearn model, import svm, support vector machine. And then as a data scientist, you should always try to visualize your data. Some data obviously is too complicated or doesn't make any sense to the human. But if it's possible, it's good to take a second look at it so that you can actually see what you're doing. Now for that, we're going to use two packages. We're going to import matplotlibary.pyplot as PLT. Again, very common. And we're going to import Seaborn as SNS. And we'll go ahead and set the font scale in the SNS right in our import line. That's what this semicolon followed by a line of data. We're going to set the SNS. And these are great because the Seaborn sits on top of matplotlibary, just like Pandas sits on NumPy. So it adds a lot more features and uses and control. We're obviously not going to get into matplotlibary and Seaborn. That'd be its own tutorial. We're really just focusing on the SVM, the support vector machine from sklearn. And since we're in Jupyter Notebook, we have to add a special line in here for our matplotlibary. And that's your percentage sign or ampersand matplotlibary in line. Now, if you're doing this in just a straight code project, a lot of times I use like Notepad++, and I'll run it from there. You don't have to have that line in there because it'll just pop up as its own window on your computer, depending on how your computer's set up. Because we're running this in the Jupyter Notebook as a browser setup, this tells it to display all of our graphics right below on the page. So that's what that line is for. I remember the first time I ran this, I didn't know that, and I had to go look that up years ago. It was quite a headache. So matplotlibary inline is just because we're running this on the web setup. And we can go ahead and run this, make sure all our modules are in. They're all imported, which is great. If you don't have them import, you'll need to go ahead and pip, use the PIP or however you do it. There's a lot of other install packages out there, although pip is the most common. And you have to make sure these are all installed on your Python setup. The next step, of course, is we got to look at the data. You can't run a model for predicting data if you don't have actual data. So to do that, let me go ahead and open this up and take a look. And we have our cupcakes versus muffins. And it's a CSV file, or .csv, meaning that it's comma-separated variable. And it's going to open it up in a nice spreadsheet for me. And you can see up here we have the type. We have muffin, 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 cupcake, cupcake, cupcake. And then it's broken up into flour, milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. So what we can do is we can go ahead and look at this data also in our Python. Let us create a variable recipes equals, we're going to use our pandas module, .read CSV. Remember, it's a comma-separated variable. And the file name happened to be cupcakes versus muffins. Oops, I got double brackets there. Do it this way. There we go. Cupcakes versus muffins. Because the program I loaded, or the place I saved this particular Python program is in the same folder, we can get by with just the file name. But remember, if you're storing it in a different location, you have to also put down the full path on there. And then because we're in pandas, we're going to go ahead and you can actually, inline you can do this, but let me do the full print. You can just type in recipes.head in the Jupyter Notebook. But if you're running in code in a different script, you need to go ahead and type out the whole print recipes.head. And Pandas knows that that's going to do the first 5 lines of data. And if we flip back on over to the spreadsheet where we opened up our CSV file, you can see where it starts on line 2. This one calls it 0, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to match. Go and close that out because we don't need that anymore. And it always starts at 0. And it automatically indexes it since we didn't tell it to use an index in here. So that's the index number for the left-hand side. And it automatically took the top row as labels. So Pandas using it to read a CSV is just really slick and fast. One of the reasons we love our pandas. Not just because they're cute and cuddly teddy bears. And let's go ahead and plot our data. And I'm not going to plot all of it. I'm just going to plot the sugar and flour. Now, obviously, you can see where they get really complicated if we have tons of different features. And so you'll break them up and maybe look at just 2 of them at a time to see how they connect. And to plot them, we're going to go ahead and use Seaborn. So that's our SNS. And the command for that is sns.lmplot. And then the 2 different variables I'm going to plot is flour and sugar. Data equals recipes. The hue equals type. And this is a lot of fun because it knows that this is pandas coming in. So this is one of the powerful things about pandas mixed with Seaborn and doing graphing. And then we're going to use a palette set 1. There's a lot of different sets in there. You can go look them up for Seaborn. We'll do a fit regular equals false, so we're not really trying to fit anything. And it's a scatter, KWS. A lot of these settings you can look up in Seaborn. Half of these you could probably leave off when you run them. Somebody played with this and found out that these were the best settings for doing a Seaborn plot. And let's go ahead and run that. And because it does it inline, it just puts it right on the page. And you can see right here that just based on sugar and flour alone, there's a definite split. And we use these models because you can actually look at it and say, hey, if I drew a line right between the middle of the blue dots and the red dots, we'd be able to do an SVM and a hyperplane right there in the middle. Then the next step is to format or pre-process our data. And we're going to break that up into 2 parts. We need a type label, and remember, we're going to decide whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. Well, a computer doesn't know muffin or cupcake, it knows 0 and 1. So, what we're going to do is we're going to create a type label, and from this we'll create a numpy array, np, where, and this is where we can do some logic. We take our recipes from our panda, and wherever type equals muffin, it's going to be 0. And then if it doesn't equal muffin, which is cupcakes, it's going to be 1. So we create our type label. This is the answer. So when we're doing our training model, remember we have to have a training data. This is what we're going to train it with, is that it's 0 or 1. It's a muffin or it's not. And then we're going to create our recipe features. And if you remember correctly from right up here, the first column is type. So we really don't need the type column because that's our muffin or cupcake. And in pandas, we can easily sort that out. We take our value recipes dot columns. That's a pandas function built into pandas. Dot values, converting them to values. So it's just the column titles going across the top. And we don't want the first one. So what we do is, since it always starts at 0, we want 1 colon till the end. And then we want to go ahead and make this a list, and this converts it to a list of strings. And then we can go ahead and just take a look and see what we're looking at for the features, make sure it looks right. Let me go ahead and run that. And I forgot the S on recipes, so we'll go ahead and add the S in there and then run that. And we can see we have flour, milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. And that matches what we have up here, where we printed out everything but the type. So we have our features and we have our label. Now, the recipe features is just the titles of the columns, and we actually need the ingredients. And at this point, we have a couple options. One, we could run it over all the ingredients. And when you're doing this, usually you do. But for our example, we want to limit it so you can easily see what's going on. Because if we did all the ingredients, we have, that's what, 7, 8 different hyperplanes that would be built into it. We only want to look at one so you can see what the SVM is doing. And so we'll take our recipes and we'll do just flour and sugar. Again, you can replace that with your recipe features and do all of them, but we're going to do just flour and sugar, and we're going to convert that to values. We don't need to make a list out of it because it's not string values. These are actual values on there. And we can go ahead and just print ingredients, and you can see what that looks like. And so we have just the amount of flour and sugar, just the 2 sets of plots. And just for fun, let's go ahead and take this over here and take our recipe features. And so if we decided to use all the recipe features, you'll see that it makes a nice column of different data. So it just strips out all the labels and everything, and we just have just the values. But because we want to be able to view this easily in a plot later on, we'll go ahead and take that and just do flour and sugar. And we'll run that, and you'll see it's just the 2 columns. So the next step is to go ahead and fit our model. We'll go ahead and just call it model. And it's a SVM. We're using a package called SVC. And in this case, we're going to go ahead and set the kernel equals linear. So it's using a specific setup on there. And if we go to the reference on their website for the SVM, you'll see that there's 8 of them here. 3 of them are for regression. 3 are for classification. The SVC, support vector classification, is probably one of the most commonly used. And then there's also one for detecting outliers, and another one that has to do with something a little bit more specific on the model. But SVC and SVR are the 2 most commonly used, standing for support vector classifier and support vector regression. Remember, regression is an actual value, a float value or whatever you're trying to work on. And SVC is a classifier, so it's a yes, no, true, false. But for this, we want to know 0, 1, muffin, cupcake. We go ahead and create our model. And once we have our model created, we're going to do model.fit. And this is very common, especially in the sklearn. All their models are followed with the fit command. And what we put into the fit, what we're training with it, is we're putting in the ingredients, which in this case we limited to just flour and sugar. And the type label, is it a muffin or a cupcake? Now, in more complicated data science series, you'd want to split into, we won't get into that today, we split it into training data and test data. And they even do something where they split it into thirds, where a third is used for, where you switch between which one's training and test. There's all kinds of things that go into that, and it gets very complicated when you get to the higher end. Not overly complicated, just an extra step which we're not going to do today because this is a very simple set of data. And let's go ahead and run this, and now we have our model fit. And I got an error here, so let me fix that real quick. It's capital SVC, it turns out. I did it lowercase. Support vector classifier. There we go. Let's go ahead and run that. And you'll see it comes up with all this information that it prints out automatically. These are the defaults of the model. You notice that we changed the kernel to linear, and there's our kernel linear on the printout. And there's other different settings you can mess with. We're going to just leave that alone for right now. For this, we don't really need to mess with any of those. So next, we're going to dig a little bit into our newly trained model. And we're going to do this so we can show you on a graph. And let's go ahead and get the separating. And we're going to say we're going to use a W for our variable on here. We're going to do model.coefficient _0. So what the heck is that? Again, we're digging into the model. So we've already got a prediction and a train. This is the math behind it that we're looking at right now. And so the W is going to represent 2 different coefficients. And if you remember, we had y equals mx plus c. So these coefficients are connected to that, but in 2-dimensional. It's a plane. We don't want to spend too much time on this because you can get lost in the confusion of the math. So if you're a math whiz, this is great. You can go through here and you'll see that we have A equals minus W of 0 over W of 1. Remember, there's two different values there. And that's basically the slope that we're generating. And then we're going to build an XX. What is XX? We're going to set it up to a numpy array. There's our NP dot line space. So we're creating a line of values between 30 and 60. So it just creates a set of numbers for X. And then if you remember correctly, we have our formula y equals the slope times X plus the intercept. Well, to make this work, we can do this as yy equals the slope times each value in that array. That's the neat thing about numpy. So when I do a times xx, which is a whole numpy array of values, it multiplies a across all of them. And then it takes those same values and we subtract the model intercept. That's your, remember we had mx plus c, so that'd be the c from the formula, y equals mx plus c. And that's where all these numbers come from. A little bit confusing because it's digging out of these different arrays. And then what we want to do is we're going to take this and we're going to go ahead and plot it. So plot the parallels to separating hyperplane that pass through the support vectors. And so we're going to create B equals a model support vectors, pulling our support vectors out there. Here's our YY, which we now know is a set of data. And we have we're going to create YY down equals A times XX plus B1 minus A times B0. And then model support vector B is going to be set that to a new value, the -1 setup. And YY up equals A times XX plus B1 minus A times B0. And we can go ahead and just run this to load these variables up. If you want to understand a little bit more of what's going on, you can see if we print YY, we just run that, you can see it's an array. This is a line. It's going to have, in this case, between 30 and 60, so it's going to be 30 variables in here. And the same thing with YY up, YY down. And we'll plot those in just a minute on a graph so you can see what those look like. You just go ahead and delete that out of here and run that so it loads up the variables. Nice clean slate. I'm just going to copy this from before. Remember this, our SNS, our seaborn plot, LM plot, flour, sugar. And I'll just go ahead and run that real quick so you can see remember what that looks like. It's just a straight graph on there. And then one of the neat things is because seaborn sits on top of pyplot, we can do the pyplot for the line going through. And that is simply plt.plot. And that's our XX and YY, our two corresponding values, XY. And then somebody played with this to figure out that the line width equals 2 and the color black would look nice. So let's go ahead and run this whole thing with the pyplot on there. And you can see when we do this, it's just doing flour and sugar on here. Corresponding line between the sugar and the flour and the muffin versus cupcake. And then we generated the support vectors, the YY down and YY up. So let's take a look and see what that looks like. So we'll do our PL plot. And again, this is all against XX, our X value. But this time we have YY down. And let's do something a little fun with this. We can put in a K dash dash. That just tells it to make it a dotted line. And if we're going to do the down one, we also want to do the up one. So here's our YY up. And when we run that, it adds both sets of line. And so here's our support, and this is what you expect. You expect these two lines to go through the nearest data point. So the dashed lines go through the nearest muffin and the nearest cupcake when it's plotting it. And then your SVM goes right down the middle. So it gives it a nice split in our data. And you can see how easy it is to see, based just on sugar and flour, which one's a muffin or a cupcake. Let's go ahead and create a function to predict muffin or cupcake. I've got my recipes. I pulled off the internet and I want to see the difference between a muffin or a cupcake. And so we need a function to push that through. And we'll create a function with def. And let's call it muffin or cupcake. And remember, we're just doing flour and sugar today. We're not doing all the ingredients. And that actually is a pretty good split. You really don't need all the ingredients to know it's flour and sugar. And let's go ahead and do an if-else statement. So if model predict is of flour and sugar equals 0. So we take our model and we run a predict. It's very common in sklearn where you have a dot predict. You put the data in and it's going to return a value. In this case, if it equals 0, then print you're looking at a muffin recipe. Else, if it's not 0, that means it's 1, then you're looking at a cupcake recipe. That's pretty straightforward for a function, or def for definition. DEF is how you do that in Python. And of course, if we're going to create a function, you should run something in it. And so let's run a cupcake, and we're going to send it values 50 and 20, a muffin or a cupcake. I don't know what it is. And let's run this and just see what it gives us. And it says, oh, it's a muffin. You're looking at a muffin recipe. So it very easily predicts whether we're looking at a muffin or a cupcake recipe. Let's plot this. There we go. Plot this on the graph so we can see what that actually looks like. And I'm just going to copy it and paste it from below where we're plotting all the points in there. So this is nothing different than what we did before. If I run it, you'll see it has all the points and the lines on there. And what we want to do is we want to add another point. And we'll do plt plot. And if you remember correctly, we did, for our test, we did 50 and 20. And then somebody went in here and decided we'll do YO for yellow, or it's kind of an orangish yellow color is going to come out. Marker size 9. Those are settings you can play with. Somebody else played with them to come up with the right setup so it looks good. And you can see there it is graphed, clearly a muffin. In this case, in cupcakes versus muffins, the muffin has won. And if you'd like to do your own muffin cupcake contender series, you certainly can send a note down below, and the team at Simplilearn will send you over the data they use for the muffin and cupcake. And that's true of any of the data. We didn't actually run a plot on it earlier. We had men versus women. You can also request that information to run it on your data setup so you can test that out. So to go back over our setup, we went ahead for our support vector machine code. We did a predict 40 parts flour, 20 parts sugar. I think it was different than the one we did, whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. Hence, we have built a classifier using SVM, which is able to classify if a recipe is of a cupcake or a muffin, which wraps up our cupcake versus muffin.
As a software developer, we all have faced the same problem, whether we are working with a React app or creating API using Django. During a big project, we are unable to find or track the bug which is causing this issue. So in today's tutorial, we are going to explore an amazing tool which is going to simplify this problem. And the tool is cursor.ai. Watch this video till the end if you want to learn more about it. Now let us discuss the agenda of our today's session. First, we are going to understand what is Cursor AI